PUBG Mobile version 2.6 is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. Welcome to the Dinogram. Velociraptor, Pterosaur, T-Rex. The three prehistoric legends have arrived at the battleground. Let's see where they can be found. Primal zones are scattered throughout the map. We can find velociraptors and pterosaurs there, tame them, and become their friend and companion. Velociraptors and pterosaurs are loyal companions, but they can only carry one player on an adventure. Besides that, they have different strengths. Velociraptors are adept at jumping. They can easily jump onto a higher platform or roof, allowing for quick traversal and exploration. Pterosaurs are great at flying. They can dash a certain distance to quickly reposition. They can also grab teammates or enemies on the ground to help the team or disrupt enemies. There are loads of other interesting things in Primal Zones as well, such as the Pterosaur Hoops minigame, dino hatcheries, and more. Let's explore together. The Dino Settlement has quality supplies and a formidable T-Rex that needs rescuing. Once rescued, you can fight alongside it. The T-Rex can carry 4 players and traverse through river terrain. It also has 2 powerful skills, Roar and Dash. The T-Rex's roars can cause damage and screen shake, while its dash gives it a speed boost. For every match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a dino settlement. Fancy becoming the coolest team on the battleground? Then you've got to find it. In the latest version of World of Wonder, you can experience new gameplay devices, including the teleportation device, dinosaur spawn device, UAZ spawn device, and more. At the same time, we've also added new objects, such as the trampoline, launcher, conveyor belt, and boost belt, among others. You can get your creative juices flowing. At the same time, we'll also be introducing a new parkour gameplay type. You'll begin at a starting line, and go through various levels as you skillfully cross moving platforms and avoid large swinging hammers. The one who reaches the finish line first will be the winner. In World of Wonder, we've added a feature tab and simplified the process of using templates in order for you to create and discover new possibilities more easily than ever. You can now find a match for multiple creations at the same time to get playing as quickly as possible. In the new version, Classic Mode will be undergoing loads of updates. We've added a full auto mod attachment that gives some firearms a full auto firing mode. It's compatible with the M16A4 and the MK47. Not only that, but we've also tweaked some firearm specs and adjusted the locations of vehicle spawns and more. Furthermore, the new Cycle 4 Season 12 is coming soon. Please look forward to the new season rewards. There are some updates to the Metro Royale gameplay. Gather your friends and give it a try now. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
If you somehow get eliminated during an intense battle, how can you continue to be with your teammates? New companion spectating feature is available now. When you're eliminated in a match and enter spectating mode, you just need to wait 5 seconds to access the transform feature. After tapping the button, you can transform into your companion to remain by your teammate's side. When spectating as a companion, you can still see your teammates' elimination broadcasts and can freely perform companion emotes to cheer your teammates on at any time. However, that is all the help you can offer. You aren't able to see enemies or supplies, so you won't be able to disclose their whereabouts. Even if you don't have a companion, you can always transform into Ray to spectate. Cheer for your teammates after getting eliminated.
Saya rasa sedih lah, sebab sekelas kita orang, standar kita orang patutnya tinggi. Yang aku rasain benar-benar sedih sih. Kayak aku jujur, aku ngerasanya kita nggak lolos. And kita orang tak lepas tuh buat saya macam speechless.
Maksud belum ada beberapa perubahan dalam carta bagi kedudukan siapakah yang akan qualify ke next week ataupun minggu depan.
Saya nggak ada render mobil sama render orang.
Sejujurnya lumayan ngerasa susah sih, karena bener-bener ngerasain orang baru gitu kan. Kayak ya aku sama Yohei kan dibilang cukup udah lama, tapi sama yang lain kayak Swavel, Satar, itu kayak baru ya. Kita harus cari gameplay baru, layout baru, terus kita harus cari connection, chemistry gitu-gitu ya. Itu cukup makan waktu sih menurut aku. And kita harus start dari bawah balik, start from scratch. And banyaklah benda baru yang kita buat. Contoh kita orang bonding, macam kalau sebelum ni kita orang buat effort dia darab 1, sekarang effort dia darab 2, macam tu je lah. Plus minus macam tu.
DBE untuk mereka perlu mencari lagi 10 markah untuk memecut DBD.
Dekat Liga, masalah yang saya rasa cuma tak confidence kita orang tu macam kurang, mungkin gara-gara kalah fight macam tu, tapi kita orang berusaha balik untuk step up. Hilang rasa kepercayaan satu sama lain di saat kita udah kalah fight, di saat kita lagi down gitu. Belum kurang ada yang bisa nyemangatin balik gitu.
Bisa, Gen. Pas lu di mana? Pas lu kena tadi. Bisa. Apa yang nggak bisa, Cok?
Soalnya kan yang paling belakang aku bareng kalian, Cok.
Yang tadi terjadi di Myanmar sebelumnya, mereka harus fight. Juga arah PBE. Timing. Dua pemain dari Bigetron, kita harapkan mereka bisa menang.
Tinggal Ryzen yang tersisa di bagian tangga bermain dengan menggunakan semua UAV dan gagal. Bigetron dipulangkan ke arah lobby, semakin mendebarkan situasi saat ini.
Digunakan 3 peluru terakhir, tembakan
Buat nomor satu.
bermain di dalam. Tapi PBE menang lagi. PBE menang lagi. PBE sudah mendapatkan 11 eliminasi.
Ini mereka bisa balabakan time loh malah.
Santai dulu bos, santai dulu nggak sih PBE, santai dulu. PBE pulang.
Dipulangkan. Hashtag 3 tapi cowok.
14 elim.
Tangkap, Ring.
Tahun ini direk mama tanya mga Indo. Apa kanannya?
Sebab kita seberangan kan dengan PBE, aku lihat reaction mereka, aku lihat mereka sampai last circle, dan kita dapat informasi kalau PBE itu number 3 dan 14 kill kan, dan di situ aku ngerasa kayak udah enough, kita udah nggak bisa lolos. Ternyata kita beda 1 poin, kita masih bisa lolos ya.
Belum. Kita pecat produsernya, cowok. Oh enggak bener.
Wah, lolos. Yeah, wow, beda 2 bonus poin.
What do I feel? I cry lah. I feel like I rasa bersyukur lah, macam diberi kesempatan lah. Menurut aku ini kesempatan kita sih buat buktiin ke orang-orang kalau kita masih layak, dan kita harus bersyukur kita masih bisa lepas, bisa lolos gitu. And we learn from the league lah. So in the final we hope we can do all out the best performance, the performance that we are waiting for so long. Kalau dari aku sendiri motivasinya yang pasti ya itu sih yang pertama, kita masih diberi kesempatan buat membuktikan gitu. Dan aku rasa juga poin nggak jauh, semua masih bisa dikejar, nggak ada yang nggak mungkin. Nothing is impossible sih.
Box gaming, oh box. Say you remember me, PUBG Mobile.
Perasaan aku ya senang aja sih bisa balik lagi kompetitif, apalagi di ajang SEA kan, sebab belum tentu semua orang bisa mencapai di titik ini gitu. Jadi bersyukur aja. Cuman yang awalnya emang nggak expect mereka mau pindah, karena bilangnya mereka yang satu bilangnya mau rehat, yang satu bilangnya masih mau main. Tiba-tiba mereka pindah, ya aku juga sempat diajak kan. Ya udah, maksudnya dari situ aku respect aja sih keputusan mereka. Apapun yang mereka lakuin kan itu demi kenyamanan mereka sendiri.
Tengah lah, bego.
Kan ada kemungkinan workspace kedua itu berarti kalau misal dia ngelihat di sini cuma ada update Senayan, bisa jadi yang orang ini keupdatean. Ini coba bisa coy. Tapi mainnya masih cepat.
Soalnya yang aku kalau misalnya ini 2 sih, kalau misalnya
Persija Evos, salah satu nama yang memang sangat-sangat besar dekat Indonesia. Player dia pun besar. Zuxi, Luxi, Ini antara orang lama, OG untuk PUBG Mobile. 2 season agak santai untuk diorang. Tapi PMSL kali ini, kalau kita tengok daripada statistics, daripada segi kill point, elimination point, survival rate, Zuxi dan Luxi membawa Persija EVOS mendunia. Kali ini kita boleh nampak orang lama masih berbisa.
Pertama sih senang karena bisa berada di tim baru. Karena di tim lama mungkin kita belum dapat yang terbaik dan saya mau cari suasana baru di tim baru ini dan semoga di saya kali ini kita dapat peringkat yang paling terbaik lah karena di tahun kemarin kita tidak dapat pergi ke SEA sama sekali kan. Ya semoga aja. Jadi untuk line up-nya itu sebelumnya aku pernah bermain dengan Red Face juga dan pernah juga sama Microboy dan aku juga pernah juga sama cukup lama juga dengan Misery. Terus ditambah lagi dengan anak baru yang berpotensi yaitu Lynx. Jadi gak banyak banget hal yang harus dirubahkan di tim ini. Jadi tinggal memaksimalkan aja. Semnan. Karena apa Semnan? Karena kita sering banget ketemu dengan Semnan dan kita sering kalah di fight-nya dengan Semnan. Jadi tim yang harus diwaspadai dari Malaysia itu Semnan.
震惊是因为竟然有马来队伍要拿我们华人，然后兴奋是因为我可以打 PMPL， 沟通问题是最大的咯。就比如有一个队伍在你左边或者右边，你要表达就要想一下，只想1-2秒。当然这1-2秒在游戏上是很关键的。然后打法上也是，我们只有不到15天的时间要慢慢磨合，所以能打到这样子，我觉得不错啊。
So, perasaan saya hopefully diorang dapat memberikan yang terbaik dan target top 2.
Bahasa memang paling penting sekali dalam komunikasi. Dalam Team 79 dia memang unik sebab dia kira balance. Ada player Putra, ada Adips, ataupun ada Dap, and then dua daripada player ni akan main dengan Long dengan Loyu. So ini yang orang cakap kebimbangan dan main concern saya masa 79 announce roster ni. Bahasa apa dia nak pakai and will it work? Adakah ia akan berkesan? Tapi surprisingly diorang berjaya untuk adapt and jadikan komunikasi itu okey.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Gambate. Gambari.
Mungkin dari Semnan masuknya Loyu and Long dengan masuknya mereka berdua sangat impact banget. Bahkan aku sampai bakal bisa ditawarin tim PEL ya. Gila, aku kayak dua orang ini tuh impeccable banget.
So saya rasa bangga dia cakap kita orang top team kat Malaysia. Saya tak tengok pun PMPL SEA tu sebab saya fokus study. Tapi saya tengoklah result dia and adalah beberapa game saya tengok. Bolehlah mengecewakan lah. Diorang tak perform sebab saya tak ada je. Diorang perlukan saya. So jangan gelak lah. Ais. Ini it's a fact, you know. So PMSL I'm back. Macam tu lah. Kadang-kadang kita orang explain lah apa maksud. Macam maksud certain phrase lah. Kita orang explain apa maksud dia, then dia orang faham lah. So kita orang tolong each other lah untuk hadapi lah masalah tu.
Sembilan! Aduh! Macam mana bodoh tu?
Selamat datang di Grand Final PMSL SEA 2023 dan tentunya ditemani sama kita berdua untuk hari ini bersama gue Junior dan juga
inilah kesempatan mereka untuk membuktikan kualitas mereka. It is now or never.
Loyu masih lagi akan hidup. Tiger X akan datang dekat sini dengan TDS. Dia makan lepas dalam kawasan semua. Dia cuba naikkan nyawa dengan Super Jaya naikkan nyawa. Dia lawan dengan dua orang. Dia dapat satu. Dia mencari yang kedua sekarang ini. Nyawanya lebih tinggi. Sam berjaya dan Long juga akan dipegang. Revival akan berjaya untuk dilakukan. Nyawa perlu dinaikkan secepat mungkin kerana player daripada face clan betul-betul depan muka. Di posisi ini dilakukan gantung, Mormon mendapatkan Long dan Mormon akan mendapatkan
Kenal kawasan kau tadi bila kau ambil kat warehouse tu. Satu kau main warehouse, kau ambil seorang. So sepatutnya kau ni priority kau.
Aku ingat aku 2 orang. Aku ingat
susah berapa kali kita nak kena ingat. Kalau kau tak boleh nak, kalau kau rasa kau tak boleh nak aware surround dia, sekarang ni kau ikut orang je. Kau jangan duduk seorang. Sebab apa kau ada masalah, aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku. Aku ingat teammate ada aku, aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku. Because it's already the grand finals and the mistake that we made, it's a repetitive mistake. So you have to, it's the grand final. What else is there to say? You don't get to play this kind of level that frequent.
Gua coba cek depan ya. Kalian berhenti, gua cek depan cuk. Lihat belakang dan
sama lain sangat tinggi. Sekarang ni RRQ
maka ada kebangkitan dan juga lebih banyak majoriti mengakibatkan PJ Esports.
Satu lagi depan gua.
Begitu saja dan harus melawan Potato dan benar aja Exa. Ini udah top performance-nya Exa sih. Ini udah 100%-nya Red Quest sih. Ini benar-benar luar berbeda, digunting mereka sekaligus dari pemain-pemain yang ada di low ground dan selesai. Bom yang masuk.
Kalau gua ke kanan nih. Kalau gua ke kanan, ayo anjing enggak pernah shot. Aku udah bingung.
Motivasi aku ketika kemarin tidak qualified to PMGC final itu yang, apalagi PMGC final dan offline turnamen terus di Jakarta dan aku nggak ada di situ, jadi kayak aduh, ini suatu momen yang sangat disayangkan banget. Jadi itu yang titik kembalinya aku buat main lagi sih, pengen main lagi. Sudah lama tidak mendapatkan piala dan saatnya ini waktu buat dapetin piala sih. Kan udah sekitar 2-3 tahun belum ada piala. Jadi bangun tidur belum nggak lihat piala di rumah ya kayak rasa ada yang kurang kan. Jadi hari ini kita harus dapet piala sih.
Ada satu jalan cerita yang kita boleh kata lebih cantik, lebih meriah, lebih suasana yang menakutkan. Sebab kita tahu kalau bukan DBS, bam habis. Ada variasi daripada penggunaan senjata tu, ni mungkin akan jadi PMSL yang terbaik pernah kita lihat. Sebab setiap player akan tunjukkan kehebatan masing-masing menggunakan senjata yang berbeza. Itu yang saya nantikan untuk Grand Final.
ก็เริ่มตั้งแต่ PMPL แชมเปี้ยนกันครับแล้วก็ทุกรายการที่แข่งขันต่อไป
Do you want to record your highlights in even more ways? Now, all your sweet vehicles can be used with Creation Mode. Vehicles get their own dedicated section in Creation Mode. So, even if you're in the driver's seat, you'll be able to capture the moment nicely. Vehicles have some new exclusive photo and video templates. But of course, you can still use the other templates if you like. You'll be able to capture your exact pose while driving. Flying vehicles also have their own specially designed template, which is perfect for the latest pterosaur vehicle. Be sure to snap some epic shots. With regards to companion templates, we've added a feature to help choreograph a series of emotes. Once the camera starts rolling, companions will perform emotes based on your arrangement. Of course, you don't want to forget about the new day-night cycle feature. You'll be able to seamlessly change from day, dusk, and night to tweak the ambiance to your liking. Oh yeah, if you want to record interesting video clips, why not go to Cheer Park to try the improved Creation Mode? The new emote change speed feature is sure to add some flair.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile's Dino Ground. I'm the Dino Explorer who'll be leading you on this adventure. Here, you and your teammates will go on a survival adventure together. Naturally, exhilarating challenges await in this unknown battleground. Let's remain vigilant and open-minded as we embark on our prehistoric exploration. The first stop is the Primal Zone. These protected areas are located all over Erangel and Livik, and are the primary habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. But fear not, they won't hurt you. Approach cautiously to tame them, and they'll become your most loyal battle companion. You can also ride them to participate in various challenges and become a Dino Ranger. Unleash your imagination to discover more interesting gameplay. Shh, keep it down. You don't want to scare the baby dinosaurs. Besides large adult dinosaurs, there are also some adorable ones in the Dino Hatchery on the map. Be friendly, and who knows, your loving care might bring unexpected surprises. Next, we have the most perilous and exhilarating Dino Settlement. This is where the T-Rex with extraordinary destructive power is detained, making it a popular area for players to compete for. Be sure to protect yourself. While eliminating enemies, destroy the gate to rescue the T-Rex and make it an exclusive mount for you and your teammates. Use the T-Rex special skills to cooperate with your teammates to force your way out and enter the final play zone. Alright, I believe you now have a good grasp of all the prehistoric survival guide tips. So what are you waiting for? Come and show off your skills in the new PUBG mobile version.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard Fall 2023. And it's great to be here alongside with you, Sir Cloud, to be casting over the span of the week to see who gets into the grand finals. That's right, and of course, only the toughest will prevail. And just looking into this current situation, you were casting yesterday with Tash Bunny, so are there any form of element of surprise that some of these teams have been bringing since the groups have been reshuffled? That's right. Our latest offerings will be the Ultimates, where you can have your hands on the brand new Crimson FELTs, AMR, and you can basically upgrade the firearms into different level of looks. And if you get the level 6, you know you could just flex on everybody else with basically all the cool visual effects that comes with this weapon.
Yeah, so this is the Crimson AMR. Of course, it's one of the newer weapons inside the game as well. So if it's a new weapon, we gotta have new skins together with it. So make sure you guys check it out inside the game right now. And as usual, you can upgrade it. And you can see the progression of upgrades there. You always want to get the biggest upgrade. And this is a huge update that's inside the game. Of course, it's Race to Victory with Ducati. Finally, the bike's getting some love.
Yeah, and we've already had so many of all these different kind of collaboration, but I absolutely love motorbikes, where Ducati is definitely the leader of the pack, where you guys can own yourself a Panigale V4S in the game itself, and there's even more of all these collaborated items that will be featured across these days that have been shown. And not forgetting, if you guys maybe you didn't want to spend all too much of these RPs on just one specific skin only, you can get multiple skins by just getting yourself the RPA series that's currently available and save up to 48,000 UC.
Yes, and my favorite skin of all of this bundle is basically the machete. I find the machete really cool. Although I doubt anyone will really use the machete inside the game, but who cares? As long as it's got cool skins, why not?
Yeah, and I think like it will definitely be a flex if you could basically take somebody down with a machete, but even more so if you could just trample them over with dinosaurs, where we have this brand new team for you to check out. It is the Dino Grounds, where you can basically download it on your PUBG Mobile client, just simply update it, and you can ride the Dino Power.
Yes, and of course, who doesn't like dinosaurs at the end of the day? Dinosaurs are awesome, but this is awesome as well. The moolah of 40,000 US dollars on the line. And just to recap a little bit for everyone, in case you just joined us for this show, where were you guys? Last week, we had the 20 teams that played in groups A, B, C, D, and E, and based on their performance, they're reshuffled into different groups this week, and they will continue on until we find the top 16 teams out of the bonus points that will go on to the grand finals.
That's right, and I think this week itself definitely is going to be a huge grind, as those that did not really have the best of performance heading into week 1. Now that the group reshuffles, some of these teams, especially the ones that end up on 20th spot, will always have to meet the #1 contender, which was GE. But with this form of shift, perhaps teams get to also adapt better. And once again, what are they playing for? The qualification to qualify into the PMSL Fall Split, where they will meet against the rest of Southeast Asia. And there is going to be one slot of the champions from each respective region.
Yes, and they are not only fighting for the slot into PMSL because the PMGC points have been announced recently. So teams will need to work super duper hard if they want to qualify onto the PMGC as well. And by working hard is of course not only here but also trying to get into the PMSL because the points do gather up. And speaking about the points, well, you guys know the point system by now.
That's right, and for his first place will accrue a total of 20 points when they end the week, and any position from first place all the way downwards, you just basically -1. So that's where they need to accumulate as much points possible in order to gain enough points to qualify for the grand finals. For example, GE, they are well secured with 20 points, but if in the case if things really go bad and they go on 20th, they at least get 21 points. And perhaps that's enough for qualifications. So what has really caught your eye, Sir Cloud, when these groups have reshuffled this week?
Well, I think what's interesting about the groups this time around is that it's really balanced. There's not that one group that's like, oh, you have all the best teams in a single group, or in other words, we call it the group of death. So it's a nicely balanced group here. And in case you missed out on the show yesterday and you see that Group C, Viper's clan is actually not in there because they have been disqualified, and there has been an official announcement made on PUBG Mobile social media. So for all you viewers out there, if you're curious, you can check out the PUBG Mobile social medias just to see what's happening. And don't forget to like as well and follow while you're at it.
Yeah, and of course, unfortunately, this will have to carry on forward with a total of 19 teams, meaning to say there's only 3 teams that will be eliminated by the end of the weekend. But of course, we're not even getting there yet, so we will focus on which teams that have been able to thrive. And I believe this was from yesterday's performances where we have FB from Sin to be really putting on quite the showing. Now even trying to match up to the tempo of Master Ichi, the top dog of the tournament.
Yeah, Ichi has been around since last season, and he's been performing as well for his team. So by his performance as well, GE got the last chicken dinner for the day, and because of that, they propelled them up onto a 4th place finish, at least for day number 1. And so far for Austria Esports, wow, you gotta be impressed at the fact that they're up there without a chicken dinner.
Yeah, and just look at them actually securing 25 points of eliminations. They are definitely one of the hot contenders here to be able to build that momentum early into the week. And on the second page, I would say the point distribution is still relatively close, where even Harame Pro will be able to eventually climb back forward. And you still have 3 teams here from 12 to 14 who is currently tied with 17 points, which basically puts them at 12th place, right? And KE is just 1 point shy. And that being said, it's still a really dangerous zone because the other teams like CFU, FB are also trailing nearby. And not forgetting Epcon as well as Ravenwood, they have not really found much going for them in day 1. So hopefully day 2 will be much better.
Yeah, Falcon has not scored a single rank point. Every point was based on the elimination points. So that's something that they might be looking to improve on. So there's a little bit of a recap of whatever happened yesterday. So we're highlighting Sin as our top performer of yesterday. They are topping the group right now. And at this moment, Sin, they are holding the record for the highest eliminations in a single round. And that's 23. Wow. 23 is going to be a hard number to beat.
Really difficult, and that also tallies up to probably more than 30 points when you close the round if you have the chicken dinner. And you just look at how confident they are when it comes down to skirmishing in these open fields of Gatka, and they did get themselves that chicken dinner right there. But we're going to start off our day here inside of Sanhok, so perhaps this time the course is absolutely different, as we are starting off with groups A, B, D, as well as E. Meaning to say, Group C, well, there are going to be 4 teams that will not be competing, or should I say 3, because of Vipers not being able to contend for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, so it's a little bit unfortunate, but anyway, the show must go on, as they say. So it's going to be the same map sequence anyway, but only a different group sequence. So if you have a favorite team, you got to remember which group they are in, and you can follow that group as well. But you can follow the other teams as well. So do give us the support at the show. But on the top Sandhawk performance, so we got FOD, we got APG, West Point Mamba, as well as Austria Esports up here. 2 from Cambodia, 3 from Cambodia in fact, and 1 from Philippines. So it looks like the Cambodian teams, they really like the Sandhawk map.
Yeah, and overall, we've just seen them really have a lot of early rotations to be able to take map control. And not only that, they really put up such a good fight when they do get themselves into the center of all these zones. So from what it seems like, they definitely would be still having a good form of a maintenance of a lead if they could just get the formula right once again. But I'm keeping my eyes on West Point Mamba because on the past week itself, they've definitely chased up against GE in every single match, and in Sandhawk, they've been able to also put up a good fight against some of the Cambodian squads out there. So we'll see what will happen in this matchup.
Yeah, I do agree. West Point Mamba is an interesting team. In fact, they were the league champions of last season. But when it came to the grand finals, it didn't really perform as well as the league. But when they played the league, they were like all the way up there. And not only that, they was their performance was so great, so good that one of their player, Federalis, was still the MVP, even though in the grand finals they didn't really perform. So we can just see that how much of a strong this what sort of potential this team is able to come up with.
Yeah, and I'm also pretty surprised on how much of a fight they actually put up, especially last week when GE have gotten almost a full day of chicken dinner, and then on the following day, where you see their performance start to slide, that's where West Point Mamba strikes back even harder. They got themselves a total of 3 chicken dinners as well, if I'm not mistaken. And a lot of all these points were also backed by Federalis, so he's definitely the wonder kid of the team, but you have players like Michi as well that's been able to really be the backbone of the team alongside with the rest of the squad of WPM. So they are starting to become one of my hot favorites, despite, you know, GE taking a lot of all that limelight. So we can start to see that gravitating this week. And sure, GE will still be able to at least maintain a little bit more of that status quo. But from the looks of stats, I believe stats don't lie. I see the Cambodian squads to be able to really thrive on this one. Therefore, I'm voting for most of them in this match.
Yeah, we can see that despite how much you like West Point Mamba, but yep, looks like stats don't lie. The Cambodians do like this map, so it could be their map. And speaking about their map, of course, it's going to be Sandhawk. But yesterday's chicken dinner did came from an unusual source, I must say. Magna SG actually got the first chicken dinner for today, and because of that, they are still in page number 1. So right now, they are the only Singaporean team to be in page 1. And considering that all the Singaporean teams, they were at the bottom after week 1, well, they need to work really, really hard to come back up. So let's see if they can do that, as this will be a new, fresh week. Well, day number 2 at least. Still many games more to go. But that's all for our chatter. Let's head straight on to action. That is in Sandhawk.
It's the final week of the grind, and it begins right here on this Thursday run. And as it approaches to the weekend, it will intensify with a lot of these teams being pressured to score as many points as possible. And I like the fact that you brought up Magna, because this team really had what it takes to actually climb back up and get themselves into the grand finals, because over the span of the past weekend, they've been able to chase up to even teams like Harami Bro. And despite on the final few rounds, it didn't really work towards their favor. But it's great to see them really thrive very early on to kickstart our week 2. So perhaps we'll even see Magna qualify to the grand finals if they can maintain a form of consistency.
Yeah, so let's see, because week 1 wasn't their week. So if they were to qualify into the next round, they really need to work it out this week, and they need to really be up there. But it's all down to the bonus points, so we will need to keep tabs on their placement up until the end, and also it will be affected by the other teams as well. So it's not going to be as straightforward as just calculating all the points and see who goes on to the next round, but it has to be based on the bonus points. Now, on to Sandhawk. The map that has the most iffy kind of circles. Looks like we're going to start off with a ruined circle this time.
Yeah, and also we do see it gravitating towards the southern side, and Sin Esports is right in between the middle. Meanwhile, we do have a little bit of a skirmish to kick things off, and by the top of the hill of temples, it seems like members of the side of, which team was that again? Well, I'll definitely have to look out for that, but TGOA now have one member being knocked down. They will be in a slight trouble, and it's Asia Esports to start off with that first blood in the hands of Astro X.
Yep, Astro X again looks like he's still on. He's been around for many seasons, and yet they're still performing. Same goes for players like Skynin as well, who recently also got the gold medal for the solo match in SEA Games. So after many seasons, they are still on it. So it's great to see them still performing as they are. But right now, the bros. Okay, I have to point this out, right? I mentioned it to Tash yesterday that this is the season where we get the most interesting team names. Like we got the bros, we got the guys of Asia.
That's my favorite name, by the way. The guys of Asia. Like that actually exudes confidence. Is like, hey, we're the dudes from Asia that you should not mess with. So yeah, I want to see in the upcoming season if there's any sort of creative names that actually tops this one. Because as much as it sounds hilarious, these guys have always been able to at least put up with some really good showing, especially on last week itself. They managed to secure a chicken dinner or two at the very least. Of course, they are still here grinding their way forward, where they're not exactly in the safest possible standings when it comes down to the bonus points. So it seems like this week itself, they still have a lot to prove.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't like Asian guys, right? So the guys of Asia, we'll see if they can actually pull this off. Because right now, because Viper's clan is no longer in contention, that means there will be 3 teams to be eliminated. So there is a better chance for the other teams of getting qualified if you kind of do the math.
Yeah. Overall, with this huge shuffle going on, you can see other teams struggle, especially when we take a look at the scene. 2 members of West Point Mama gets caught out by Shroud, as well as a few more casualties happening around the map. Anchor PUBG immediately secures the number, and immediately Harami Bro, Emem have been able to also stop Sonic, so that's kind of like a 3-way battle going on. Whereas Federalis is pretty far away from his teammate. I'm not sure if he'll be able to actually get the revive done. And he's just basically sticking back into this compound and not really hoping to actually go out for a contest. This exit have been able to eliminate Emas very early.
Yeah, it's going to be APG getting that elimination point. So again, it's a Cambodian team, and Cambodians somehow love this map, but they have to love the other maps as well because it's only one Sandhawk played every day. Now Kaya sneaking up onto Labo. They could pull off a surprise there onto Labo. Gotta be careful. And we hear gunfire. I'm not sure, is it from Kaya or is it from someone else?
Seems like it's all across the ruined section overall. And for the top, he's just gotta be on this watch point for the time being, but also have to be very wary of his surroundings because the hills from the side of the opposite corners of the river might have a couple of lurkers straggling upon those hills just by the corners of Pine Island. So for the time being, we see a little bit of a widespread position for members of Sin, as they do have Moy overlooking the bridge, trying to stop TGOA as well as Austria from cutting across. And May W is not really in the best of position because currently May is stuck in between both Austria as well as Sin. And it seems like May is alone. I think he's just got to wait it out.
Well, and I realized that Momboy got ran over by a vehicle. I mean, it's not a sight that you see all the time inside a Sandhawk. Normally inside a Sandhawk, it's just all-out gunfight. But to be run over by a vehicle, not all the time. But we can see that the elimination feed is running as well as Momboy gets eliminated. PB not having the best of times as well overall.
Yeah, I guess vehicles here are pretty scarce. Because it's an island, it's hard to actually ship so many vehicles. Maybe that's the case, but over here by the corners of the hill, Ravenwood putting such a great pressure onto its HWG. A couple of these nades have already been able to clip these members right down the hillside, but Yahiko as well as Alpha, they've managed to recuperate. They will reposition and put a little bit more of these bullets across Mewtwo. Doesn't seem like Harley has been able to pin them just yet, but she's going to be able to spot out Alpha peeking out, and Alpha did manage to trade, tossing a nade of his own, and this is where pressure will eventually crack the likes of Ravenwood, as more of these members are falling one after another, and Zeppel's the next to fall, leaving only one member of Ravenwood behind. So it's all down to Wacko to see if he can get more.
Unfortunately for Zeppel and Team Zeppel, this is her first debut in week number 2 for Ravenwood, and it's not the debut that she would have wanted, but at the end of the day, it's a competition, so you gotta be ready to compete at the end of the day. From the lower ground, the opponent went up, won the fight, and it was pretty straightforward, I would say.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Kaler just drive past a couple of members of Magna SG, and this is going to be a very tricky spot for him to actually maneuver out of it. Though he's being spotted off, it doesn't seem like Magna does have enough of these angles to be able to clip away members of the said team, as the circle will still cover so many of regions that's basically surrounded by water. So you only have perhaps 45% of land field to play on this stage to itself. This place is going to get a lot smaller as the time goes by.
Yeah, and because it's still divided by 2 islands, right? So there's still a possibility that the circle might still go up, or it might still stay, or it might go down. So the teams will really need to predict where the circle might go. And inside of Sanhok, that's always the toughest thing to do. If you happen to be on the wrong side of the circle or the wrong side of the island, then you need to cross over the bridge, and the bridge is always a tough choke point to get across.
Indeed, and we're already seeing a lot of all these teams from the North Point to be moving into the south side. Chanlone and the rest of Falcon getting caught out midway, as this choke point has already been set up by both Magna as well as Sin from afar. There's no crossing from this point onwards, and you just see how aggressive Magna is actually playing inside of Sanhok again. And I guess the chicken dinner that they earned yesterday has nothing to do with chance.
Unfortunately, they are losing members now, so there's only 2 from Magna left. If only they have a full squad, but then again, it's because of the circle, it's kind of iffy as well. We can see all these teams passing through the bridges, the choke points, and there are already teams waiting for them. And that's the thing about this kind of map, is that if the circle goes onto the smaller islands, those who naturally land on the bigger island, it's really hard for them.
Yeah, absolutely difficult. And you see, even Holy Lanju has been driving around, not to just seek out for intel, but just to find a perfect spot for their own. Well, a little bit of a collision coming in between. They got to ensure that they remain to be safe, as there's so many teams wrapping the corners of ruins, and we're having G-Lab to be one of the focal point teams to be in this direct center of it. So they can basically take control of a lot of all these situations. Meanwhile, as for West Point Mamba, since they've already lost 2 members, they're playing it very safely through the course of Nakama. And immediately, shots are being fired from Anchor PUBG, and Exit, so sharp from the top of the other cove, has been able to knock down Federalis. They better keep him alive if they need any chance to make it to the top 5.
Wow, that came all the way. That's like, what, 300 meters away? That's really, really far. But now, move over to G-Lab. So they have the ruins area, and the ruins is pretty much in the center of the circle. Pretty nice to be in here. Just next to them is going to be Sin, and Sin is now the record holder of 23 eliminations in a single round. It shows that they're a team that you don't want to mess with.
Not at all. And we see a lot of it has to do with Kaler as well as FV, and Holy Lanju last season have been able to really pop off, where Choo was also saying that, hey, there's not many of all these clutch moments that we're seeing as much as the prior season from Lanju, but they really did extremely well from yesterday, and now look at where the rest of Sid is currently positioned. When they first started off the game, they started off from Tambang. This wasn't a difficult rotation, but to actually find that golden spot in the center of all, this really allows them to maneuver even to the north of the island if they need to. But the problem is when there's multiple teams that may actually attack at the same time, then we'll just really have to see how well can Sin actually defend their ground, because that doesn't really give them too much of that cover as compared to G-Labs, who's hiding within the ruins.
Well, how well Sin defend their ground is one thing. I'll be interested to see how well all these teams do with the circle, because it's still 50-50. It's anyone's guess whether the circle will go up north to the Camp Alpha Island or will it stay in the Ruins Island. And if the circle again does shift away from either island, then wow, it's going to be a real battleground there. But speaking about battleground, Federalist wants to take this fight, but we move on to newbies. Dude, 1v4, but looks like he's been shot down by Holy Lanju instead on the other side. But then nade, wait, where did the nade come from? From the other side, from Sin.
Well, my goodness, Sin is just absolutely obliterating all these teams across the corners, and Sin is going to be pushing forward to see if he can basically secure some of all these numbers, and a little bit of flip, but that does not really matter. MM, big put down, and Harami Bro slowly crashes out with most of the members being depleted, but the fight continues on. Anchor PUBG getting invaded by a member of the guys of Asian, and Emmy has just got to swim away. But Marcus doesn't seem to check the corners of the water, so he has absolutely missed his chance for the time being. But once he does pop from the waters, though, I'm not sure how could MH actually trade back.
Yeah, he should have enough cover there. He went towards the structures just on the outer side of the water, so that should be okay for him. I can't say the same for Michi, though. He's still taking out the blue without a single healing utility. So this is very worrying for Michi, though. Okay, let's see if he's able to loot up. Ah, no, no first aids. Okay, this is tough.
Yeah, and just looking at the current standpoint, Nakam seems to be a little bit of a journey for him to even cut across. And mind you, there's also a member of PBE that's also wrapping around the other region. And just like that, WPM will be about out to the play zone. Meanwhile, FOD up close and personal it goes. A battle against Hang and the grenades have already been lost. Doesn't seem like he's moving away just yet. And now with BBS in action, it seems like Easy will not have the better end of the trade. And FOD, they only have one elimination to close off this match. Meanwhile, as everyone else is just gunning for it. 5 points already for CFU, but that grenade will eliminate the rest of them.
Well, it's going to be GE happily taking that home. So it's going to be their first elimination for this round. And it was a pretty straightforward elimination, I must say. But they're still on the outside of the circle, though. But their next opponent might be PBE, as VB is waiting on the other side. But looking at the circle, majority of the teams in the Ruins Island.
We just love ourselves a little bit of that curveball and just see this team just waiting along the lines. Asia Esports don't really have to do much but just to seek out all these teams that's going to cut across, and all they really have to do is just to spot from a distance to see if there's just going to be any form of other teams that will be doing double checks in terms of scouting into the North Point instead. Now, whatever vehicles that these teams can actually get, they just gotta really book it, drive through that river, and not even care about anything else in the world. And GE is gonna do exactly just that. But they gotta be careful as well. They have to bypass a lot of all these other teams. KE is still around the region, and maybe they could still play it a little safe, where you're just holding onto the mainland itself, and until stage 5 appears, then they make their own decisions.
Oh, that's why they need to calculate their first aids if they want to play in that manner. Looks like they'll be able to get into the circle, so that's okay. But now, May W, okay. But Miles is swimming, so they won't meet up with each other. That's okay. May W is just waiting at the bridge. But for the rest of Sin, still playing the gatekeeping role?
Yeah, and I think that May W has been there for at least a good 10 minutes already, just hiding out by the van that's being parked in between the bridge. So just being absolutely sneaky until somebody moves across where Master Ichi currently soaking up some damage from the grenades as Ryman is trying to lure him away into an off angle, and that's where he will be exposed to gunfire. Master Ichi still managed to drop the nade upon Ryman, though he only has 1 HP, and they managed to trade right back even against Boyshan. Cole finds West carry though. Master Ichi still stays alive with so little health left.
Oh, Master Ichi, he better reset himself first before going in, but he chooses to go in. Okay, S12K in hand. Now he resets. Can he do this? Alright, so he should be able to do this. Yes, the other teammates on the other side. Shots fired by Master Ichi. Does not connect. Zai is coming to back him up. Zai needs to move a little bit faster as Master Ichi is buying time for him.
It's a huge snake being cooked up by Master Ichi though, as they are trying to find those angles here. Master Ichi's on. He connects it towards Cool and PBE. They've managed to trade right back. Cool does the job, and that's where the final shot comes in. GE absolutely overwhelmed.
I mean, gotta give it to him. It was a very good solo showing there with that nade and for buying time for Zai to come in. And now we move over to G-Lab. Now G-Lab. Ooh, really tough for them as they need to cross the road. But look at this circle. This circle is ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous. That's the right word that you just pulled out from my mouth. And literally, this is not giving any space at all for all the other teams. It seems like everybody else will have to, in some ways, pull off a little bit of that healing by the zone before they even get any further. And this battle will basically take place in between that river if they could, and just see how many players are already on that bridge. You got MH that's been able to cut across. That's great for him. Mao right underneath, not being able to even pull off his weaponry to even trade against anybody else. And this situation could not be worse for everybody on board.
These teams must be wishing that the healing game still works. Unfortunately, with the changes in recent seasons, the healing game does not work anymore. So they need to deal with this somehow. May W and Marcos having a Mexican standoff here. Who's going to make the first move? But it has to be Marcos though, because he's on the outside.
Yeah, and MH, he's just going to get long range tap going on, and eventually having FV to still be safe within the corners of the rock as well as the smokes that has been provided. So things are looking to be interesting. But MH, he's got solo angles to work with. He's just got to play cool until the next circle appears. And then, very likely, a lot of all these bridge campers will have to leave.
Yes, it's very likely. I'm holding my breath now. I'm sure they're praying that somehow a miracle happens, that the circle will be on top of them. But looks like the circle... We don't have a clear visual yet, but my best guess is that the circle does move away.
Yeah, it does, and seems like Austria just having a fun time picking whatever that's coming in their way. All they have to do right now is to eliminate KE, and this whole island just belongs to them, but it definitely will be a very difficult position until this grenade lands perfectly on top of it. And I don't see a chance where other teams can contest with Austria Esports right now.
Oh, and MW survived this. Mao is still alive as well, but they need to get into the circle, and Mao is kind of far away. He is the last man standing for his team though. Now for the rest of the teams, you can see that Austria Esports in the best position possible. Just look at their spread, and they have elevation, they have a good spread. So they're in the best position possible right now.
Yeah, there's no way that they're going to be losing out this position ever since that KE has been taken over by a lot of all this pressure from the top side of the hill. And Austria Esports, now they're just going to play the waiting game until Sin Esports cuts across the bridge. And even so, it's a bird's eye view for Austria to be able to seek anybody that's going to be moving from the lower end of this hill. And FB tries his best to swim forward. And at the meantime, we still have Magna as well as DJOA, Lone Rangers by the corner of the bridge, who are still looking for that perfect timing to cut right by.
Oh, well, speaking about looking for the perfect timing, could this be the perfect timing for Sin? But Holy Lanju, he was shot at from the high ground. I believe it was from Austria Esports. Will he be able to land? But more naded up by Astro X. Wow, that nade came all the way from the high ground.
Camper doing a lot more, taking down FB. Lanju at least finds himself a little bit of that cover. It really boils down whether or not can Taylor make it across safely in order to still stand a chance to fight up against Austria Esports, as they currently have only 3 members remaining. So perhaps this could still be a little bit of a glimpse of a chance for them to do so. But Skyden is not going to leave anything to chance right now as he's pursuing forward against the rest of Sin.
Okay, here we go. The guys of Asia still in this though, but they don't have the circle. Now Skyden shot down from afar. Camper tries to trade it back onto Kayla. Kayla dances his way through.
Oh boy, Camper. He's just really gotta find the mark right now. He will find a knock against Gaylor. Now it's really down to FB. How long can he hold on to? 2 versus 1 in this situation, and he's already got all the intel that he needs, but they are not inside the circle, and FB decides to go outside of play zone and give this one to Asia Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the final circle, it did favor to the high ground as well, to Asia Esports, so it would have been theirs anyway. And congratulations to Asia Esports. I mean, we are still going with the stats of Cambodian teams do well inside a sign-off, with them being a Cambodian representative getting this chicken dinner. My oh my. And got a shout out to Skynin as well, gold medalist for the solo play in SEA Games. I mean, this guy is just miraculously good.
Yeah, absolutely show-stopping performance coming in from Asia, as they have managed to basically book the top of the hill so early on into this matchup. And I would say patience really have paid off for a lot of all these teams. Even for a player like MH, you saw he was by the bridge for the longest time, and just like that, securing a top 4 finish for themselves. So TGOA definitely have been able to give themselves a great form of maintenance, but it's all about Asia Esports' Camper. You saw him basically fishing everybody out through the river, and he's done a whopping 717 damage with 4 eliminations. There's just so many other teams that's vying to cut across and manage to steal some away from Camper himself.
Yeah, Camper, the man that we saw on the high ground, so he had a lot of control at the high ground there. Now the teams to watch, of course, is going to be our top 4 teams, with Sin actually getting on top of Asia Esports despite them getting the chicken dinner. But I wouldn't be too surprised. I think Sin got more than 10 elimination points in that previous round, whereas for Asia Esports, I don't think they got as much because they had pretty much an easy circle. All they needed to do was just wait for teams to come to them.
Yeah, and as for Sin, they were basically taking control of the outskirts of Ruins, and from there, a lot of teams who are looking to move forward have already been stopped. We even saw teams like Harami Bro, who just got blown up by these grenades. And on the early game itself, we saw some pretty interesting fights, especially with Ravenwood really putting up a lot of damage against HWG, but couldn't really overwhelm them. And this was that moment where Sin has been able to really put a lot of all these points back on the block.
Yeah, and this is where Sin, I mean, it's a very strong start for them again. And yesterday, their 23 elimination game was in game number 2. So pretty much in the early phase of the day, they do well. So I guess there are some of the teams that you don't really need like that warm-up time. It's like, yeah, let's not worry about warm-up time, and we're good. Or they've done their warm-up before, and it's good enough for them to really kickstart the day and go in for those elimination points. And we can see here, 14 elimination points held by Sin. That's why they are a team to be feared now.
Yeah, and just look at that. These two teams have been able to really keep it really competitive. It's 20 points for Sin. Meanwhile, Asia Esports, sure, you could say that it's all about their position that has given them the reward of a chicken dinner, but they also managed to secure a total of 9 elimination points. But of course, Sin tops that by 5 more. And what I really love about this round is also the form of pressure that Magna creates from the get-go in order to not only maintain their lead into this week, they are now pushing forward into the 4th position, even chasing up to Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, so West Point Mamba still in page number 1, the highest without a chicken dinner so far. Look at the amount of rank points. It's the only team with a single digit, but they depended everything on their elimination points, which is okay. At the end of the day, it's not really about the chicken dinner. At the end of the day, it's about how many points you can collect in a round. And on page number 2, well, some of the teams they didn't play, but for Ravenwood, they played. Now the only team with a single point.
Yeah, and Ravenwood, and we can see that they're being more active into taking a lot of all these early battles, but I think in that form of situation, if they do have a more superior positioning, they could have actually outright won that against HWG, due to the fact that HWG have been able to eliminate Ravenwood and also journey their way for it. They did manage to skyrocket into that 11th position. Still, it's very close to even cut it into the first page. So anybody from 14 till 11 could still actually advance for it with one good round heading for it for today.
Yep, so anything can still happen because we still have a lot of games to go. In fact, if it's Ravenwood at this point with the current position, I mean, there's still opportunity for them to climb up. But because of their performance last week, they need to do really, really well this week in order for them to secure a slot in the grand finals later on. So let's see if they can do it. And plus, for the record, we have yet to see a Singaporean team getting into a grand finals of any previous editions of PMPL. So
and I think like perhaps this is time where Magna could actually do it if this is going to be the form of pace that they're going to be playing throughout the course of the week.
Yep, and here are top Erangel performance as we will be going into Erangel next. So we have GE here, very, very strong. We have Sin, of course. They are the top eliminators at this of this week so far. And we have Yangon Galacticos and West Point Mamba. I think these teams, they are quite stable by now. Even for last season, they have been performing. So no surprise teams here.
Yeah, not at all. And especially when it comes down to bigger maps like this, you would basically use the same sort of tactics in order to move up into the positions that you need to. And GE so far has mastered not only the offensive side of how to engage upon a team, but also play a really good defense. And later into the week itself, that's where Sin start to really show their true colors. And I'm glad that this week itself, they have managed to maintain that. So maybe, just maybe, they can basically overwhelm the rest of GE as well in maps like Erangel.
Yeah, so looking forward to see if GE can really rise back up to the ranks. But also for this round, just a reminder that if this was the round that yesterday Sin actually got the most elimination points in a single round, and they got it through fighting all their way into the circle. So it wasn't an easy circle for them. The circle ran away from them, but they won every single fight that they had right in front of them. So I think now the team to beat is pretty much Sin.
Yeah, and just seeing the amount of eliminations that they've managed to achieve, that's just inside of Sanhok. You can imagine if they were to pick their fight slowly, how much more can they actually get here in Erangel. And later on into Myanmar, maybe that's a very different story when a lot of all these difficult positions would basically challenge them. So, of course, with Asya thriving last game as well, getting that chicken dinner, a few of these teams may not actually get too much of a chance to even start off the game on a decent note. And I look at the teams from the Philippines like Game Labs as well as WPM. They have the right ideas. It's just that they just couldn't execute it because Sanhok was just difficult.
Yeah, Sanhok in general is a difficult map to play because it's very circle dependent. So I can totally understand that. And if for any team, I think they'll be glad like the Sanhok map is the first map of every day, so that it's like, okay, we're done and dusted with that map that we don't really like. So we just move on to maps that are not only more familiar, but more balanced, I must say, for the teams.
Yeah, they say like, hey, the Cambodians will be like, hey, I wish there's going to be more Sanhok games they play out so I can score even more. And you already see they just really have that perfect know-how of how to really read between the lines and the situation. And I guess Asya, it's great that they didn't put all their eggs in the basket on the mainland because that's what majority of the teams did. And just like that, they just found themselves that perfect spacing for their past game. But in this map of Erangel, I really want to see through all those form adjustments, right? After drop spots have been remanaged because of different groupings and such. So essentially, it definitely is a relearning process for majority of the teams to maybe form a new route in order to be able to play more efficiently throughout the span of week 2.
Yeah, so I guess we can also take yesterday as like a learning curve for some of these teams because of how the groups have shuffled, and then when the group shuffle, there's one thing. Teams will learn from whatever happened in last week, they try to apply to this week, and it becomes like a domino effect, right? Like one team changes, other teams will change, and then you got 16 teams. This is not a game where you have only like one team versus one team. No, this is like you got 16 teams that anyone can do pretty much anything, because it's a 360 kind of game. You can pretty much move anywhere you want in the game. You can change your drop slot if you want to. It's totally fine. So you just need one team to change, and it becomes a ripple effect, and everyone else just had to readapt again.
Yeah, and I think like I'm glad that these changes are implemented, especially for certain teams that like to drop on the direct center, and none of these teams are actually giving way, where we've seen certain battles coming in from YG back inside of Kado early on, or even teams like KE that has been looking for positions inside of Pachinki. So sometimes you just gotta give way in order to benefit, then try to deplete your opponents, because for these early fights is what is the most costly, because once you do lose 2 to 3 members, your chances of getting that chicken dinner is already so slim. What more about picking elimination points is like, unless if you have 4 Federalists in your team, sure, go ahead, play with those 2 members or single squad your way through. But more often than not, like if they aren't really in the best of standings, they gotta really manage not only their resources but really plan up ahead from the get-go. This is what we should do and should not do. So I'm glad to also see that a lot of all the teams that started off week 1 or ended the week 1 not really in the best position to have such a high morale to really put points back into this week, because it's a fresh new start. So with another 3 more days of action and one day of play today, so that's lots of chicken dinners for them to at least manage points in order to qualify to the grand finals.
Yeah, so speaking about teams that really need to do well, so just a little bit of a recap of the bonus points as of last week, because this week, well, obviously we can't tabulate the bonus points just yet. So like at the bottom, it's going to be Hyena Raven. They only managed to get 1 point. And then we got CFU Gaming, we got FVMPX, and with Magna Esports. Basically, these are the top, the bottom 4, and then followed by a few others, the guys of Asia, Falcon Esports, Team Harame Bro, and here we go again. What is interesting is that despite like the change of rosters or the incoming of new orgs inside of the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard, we still see the more staple names being up there. So like GE is still up there, West Point Mamba up there, Yagu Galacticos, Ozja. That's why when we saw like the top performance inside regular, it is still them. So I'm still waiting for that day, like the newer name teams, like the guys of Asia, and such a cool name, right? To be able to take down this sort of teams. Not because I don't like the teams up there, it's just that we like to see a different kind of story. I would like to see this kind of like comeback-ish sort of stories, or Cinderella stories for the bottom teams.
Yeah, and I'm really banking on the hopes for about SG, because I think this is just perfect start, right? Like, you are currently within the top 4, so long as they now maintain a form of pace, maybe set a little bit more of a objective for themselves. 4 to 5 points of eliminations per round is already going to be adding a lot by the time you actually close off some of these matches. And or even better, if you can always make it into the top 5 like how GE does it, it doesn't really matter too much if you were to actually have lesser elimination points versus many other teams out there. Sometimes we do see explosive rounds coming in from, you know, teams like KE, teams like GE, and also from Sin. Those don't happen every single day. So if you can find that thing that really works best, then that's perfect. So I think Magna finally have got that light bulb turned on for the entire week. So great going for them. Meanwhile, of course, let's also touch on to other teams as well, because we start to see a little bit more of a struggle for some of the top guns out there. GE, last round, not looking all too hot. Battled with PBE, lost that fight as well. PBE is also that late bloomer that I've been mentioning from the past week, that the more time you give this team, the better it becomes. And I want to really see more out of these two respective squads.
Yeah, PBE, they had quite a roster change. Rankit as well as Demigod left the team prior to the season, and they pretty much have a little bit of a shuffle there. I do hope it's true, like what you say, they are the late bloomers, because for last season in the grand finals they did really, really well, despite not being the champions, but they did really push and they did really catch up onto the opponents. So let's see if they can come up with something like that again this season, because of course, who doesn't want to be the champion, right? But of course, in order for them to do that, they gotta get into Erangel. Here we go.
An absolutely interesting curveball being thrown at them here in week 2, and how the tables have turned, Sir Cloud, where certain fans out there might be expecting a GE dominance. It doesn't seem to be the case, where it seems like their stamina might have just depleted only a slight bit, but essentially this team is still out there to really put up a very strong fight. Whereas we're seeing so many new names who are in the top 5 that wasn't there prior. And this is what we absolutely love about coming into action, casting some of all these matches and seeing so many different stories to be told by all these teams that are on board. This time around, White Path starts off from shooting range all the way into the corners of Nova Rupnoi, so this is pretty much an even type of flight. Unless if a team wants to drop into Milta Power, of course, then maybe they will have to make a pit stop by the corner of Milta. So what would you actually think about this current scenario where, you know, we don't really see those contests going on early in the city? Would that actually be a lot more beneficial to all these teams out there?
I think that's kind of common by now, right? Like, teams really try to avoid early confrontation. Unless you have a clear advantage of getting a pickup, then yeah, you will want to secure that first blood. But if not, then I think all the teams will be happy to drop into somewhere safe and loot up and be prepared for the next phase of the fight. And speaking about the next phase, the circle. This kind of circle is, I would say, is like the second worst other than the military base circle, because it's still like 50-50 between the shooting range as well as the main peninsula. So the circle could still go anywhere, and it's almost the same situation like in Sandhawk earlier on, whereby if the circle hard shifts to somewhere that most of the teams are not at, that's where we'll see a lot of fights happening at choke points. So it's something that it's always very hard to kind of guess the circle, right? You want to be on one side or on the other. It's pretty much like a roll of a dice.
Yeah, it's just like how the Sandhawk game just went topsy-turvy and nobody really took the right guess other than Asia Esports. So at least there's a lot more ground that's being covered by the first stage of this Erangel matchup. So that is maybe a little bit more of a relief for the teams versus... Sorry about that. Versus playing inside of Sandhawk, because that's so little spacing for them to work with so many of all these water coverages. So even if, say, it's going to be directly in between that river, there's still ways to hide out in certain areas like South Georgia Pole. Or maybe if a team is on the north, they want to consider some of the outskirts of Zarki or North Georgia Pole. So that's still pretty decent, I would say.
Well, someone's hungry. Hopefully you get your chicken dinner as well, just like the teams. Yep.
Probably thirsty for some water and need a energy drink, perhaps.
Wow. Okay, that's one. Makes you pop a pill at the same time. No, it's always nice. It's always good to take your vitamins. So, ladies and gentlemen out there, do take care of your health. Weather has been kind of wonky as well, just like the circle. Do take your vitamins and drink a lot of water. It's always good for you. And I want to point this out, right? So ever since the PMGC points have been announced, and how teams were to qualify for PMGC. So for the wildcard, there's one slot, and the team that collects the most point across the wildcard series plus PMSL goes on to PMGC. So since GE was so since GE and PBE, these two teams, they were the representatives inside of the previous PMSL. Well, PBE is kind of special because they are a partner team, so they'll definitely play the PMSL. But for GE, who qualified to the PMSL, they're not a partner team. If they can go on to PMSL, if they can win this and go on to PMSL, basically it's a sure qualifier for them to... pretty much sure. Yeah, pretty much sure. The only next competition is PBE. But they only need to beat PBE in terms of the total points to qualify themselves onto PMGC.
Yeah, it's such an interesting scenario, right? And you really have so much of a paradigm shift that's been focused around this stronghold of a region of SEA Wildcards, because so many years ago where we only have one weekend to determine who actually gets to the Southeast Asia spot to contest with the rest of SEA, and then that's another layer of filtration. This is a direct spot hitting into PMSL and also into those global rounds. This is just a golden ticket waiting to be claimed. So if PBE PBE doesn't really have much to worry about, right? I guess it's more of GE needing to maintain that record, and so long as they actually accrue enough points, it's also an automatic qualification. But Sin is here to challenge that.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely more on GE now, because if they don't qualify for PMSL, there is a high possibility that PBE will be the wildcard representative at PMGC. So everyone wants to play at PMGC, right? I mean, well, it's not announced yet, nor do we know for sure, but we will expect PMGC to be an offline setting somewhere around, I don't know where. So everyone wants to play in an offline setting.
Yeah, and you get to make so many of all these new friends, as well as gain a lot of all these fans from all over the world. So that's the dream of every PUBG mobile player, where they actually get to be doing what they love, and also at the same time potentially being crowned as the champions of the world. I think that's probably the most important. Of course, money is always a bonus, but if they're money motivated, usually enough, when it comes down to the global rounds, the prize pool goes for millions or even six figures, right? So a lot of incentives out there as we, of course, focus back on into the game right now. HWG has a really good contention to give up against some of all these teams that are currently in the middle of the pack. One good chicken dinner for teams like HWG, Anchor PUBG, or even PBE will see them moving up the charts into the top 5, and that's how close this week has been.
Ooh, but speaking about close one for Caps, almost nailed down by Irmas. And now he needs to get away, he needs to reposition himself. If not, another nade would take both of them down, but QB will be sacrificed. Caps as well, knocked down. Not the game that Enigma wanted.
Not at all, and that was a beautiful flank angle being taken from the side of Jarrell as well as Federalis. As this whole section by the corners of farm is just being compromised, and Michi from the top side should be able to at least have a little bit of an idea of the whereabouts of the lone survivor of Enigma, but will choose to spare him off. Enigma knows that this is not a battle for them to take, where I guess it's not always that you get the high ground, you'll be able to win all the battles, especially with a team of that caliber. Enigma, as much as they have the firepower of their own, doesn't seem like they were really prepared to really take on that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like they were at a disadvantage because they had two players behind a single tree. So to send one nade or to send one molly isn't really that difficult from the high ground. And speaking about difficulty, there's still a level of difficulty here. Although I must say that this kind of circle, it's very likely that the circle will go up to the shooting range area. But with most of the teams still on the main peninsula, everyone's going to migrate to the same direction. Unless maybe FVMPX chooses to take the North George into the circle. I think they have the best route. But if not, if everyone takes like the regular bridge just beside of Jogo Pool or just beside of Ruins, then it's going to be all-out warfare at those choke points.
Yeah, it's just like a volcano waiting to erupt around those corners of the ruins of Gatka, and there's also that bridge that you were just mentioning early on, just by the corners of Georgiapol. So with this form of grand migration all across the map, I guess the safest spot is to really wrap around Severny to be able to get that access into shooting range. And that's what Magda has been able to do in order to gain a little bit more of that early lead into the game. Anyone that comes in a little bit later will eventually be picked off, and I suspect that Imam has already been picked off by doing so. So one member down from the side of Harami Bro. Not sure if that's going to be a pickup, but it's still relatively early if teams really want to hold back for a little bit more and try to have the numbers advantage heading into the later stages of the game. And meanwhile, as much as we don't see Sin, who have gotten the chicken dinner, they are currently depleting by the corner of the blue zone. So this is definitely going to be a slower take for the team. As said, just by the site itself of the plane crash, would just be getting himself a little bit more of a region of coverage as they split onto a 2-2 position. And the problem about playing around the fields of shooting range as well as anywhere across those hills is that there's no compound for them to work with. There's only probably one compound in between that, and that's just about it. So teams will have to rely on those terrain to play this one out.
Well, somebody called the police because Enigma has been eliminated. The first team to go out. Honestly, I wouldn't be too worried about Sin. I think one of the reasons why they can collect that many elimination points, especially yesterday, was because they played from the outside the circle and they had a slower entry into the actual circle. Because they're able to win fights as they go in, and now looks like they are winning this fight against G-Lab. G-Lab, the moment they know it's in, they'll be like, nope, we don't want to have any of this.
Yeah, and now with the Blue Zone also coming by as well, Moy did get knocked down. I believe it might just be coming in from the attacks of Ravenwood. So these two teams are looking for a very early commitment, which may not actually yield too much of those huge results, but will still be safe for the time being. And Kaler, he's already charging into the corners of Zappel, but will eventually turn around the corner. Ravenwood decides to also give away a little bit more of that position because they have to journey their way into shooting range, and none of these teams are anywhere close by. And here goes, GE is cutting across, and there's a lot of battle on wheels where Wakjong, he managed to get a couple of tags in, but his members are slowly falling flat though. Harley loses one tire on the buggy and chooses to ditch the rest of the teammates as well. GE, they're just not gonna commit to this one. They will move aside, and Harley will remain to be safe for now.
Ooh, Harley, okay, still finding her route, but she has to get away. She has to be away from her teammates, unfortunately. Now they're kind of spread out. Baby's on the other side as well. Game Lab, fortunately, becomes the next team to be eliminated without a single point this round.
Wow. There's just so many casualties here early into the game. We're not even 15 minutes into the show already. I mean, for this round itself, where all these teams are taking a lot of all these slower routes of looting, and I guess right now with such a dire situation, that's where you just see many of all these teams collapse upon each other very, very early on just to move towards shooting range. Harley still has a long drive, but thankfully that's just one tire being popped up on the front tire. You can still have engines running from the back. And Sin keeps on setting up all these choke points midway through the fights. And Kaler, he will lose his buggy, will be blown up by CFU. And this setup by the crash site has been working well for CFU.
Ooh, CFU, they'll be looking to climb back in the overall charts. But if they're able to take out Sin, this is going to be a statement for them. But now Sin's on the outside of the circle, there's another team behind them as well. So they got to be aware of a third party that may come in. And that team seems to be quite interested, doing a little bit of a scouting work, trying to get as much information as possible before making that decision. But they are dispatching themselves onto the southern side. So it looks like they're going to avoid this and going to go with the circle advantage instead.
And meanwhile, while that's happening, Sin is trying to suppress CFU from even moving across the corners. Federales tags back onto Wakjong, and WPM secures 5 frags already so early into the round. Though we didn't really get too many camera angles upon them. I guess it's just West Point Mama things going on. Hang being knocked down. Support will need to find a way to cover some tracks, and they're basically using a lot of all these utilities here in stage 3 in order to keep themselves alive. And just like that, Sin, despite them wrapping around these corners, they eventually find even more leads along the way.
Right now the circle, okay, as expected, it's going to be 100% on the northern part of this island. And we can see that a lot of teams still on the outside of it. What interests me is the fight that might happen on the right side. We got GE there, we got CFU, we got Sin. Sort of heavy hitters within that area of the circle. So right now Sin seems to want to take out CFU, but they got to do it quick as they only have 25 more seconds to go. Right now they're getting information. They're going up to the high ground. They see rotations happening around them. And I think it starts to kind of give them the jitters because all these teams getting their way into the circle, that means that inside the circle, it's going to be crowded for them.
Yeah, and speaking of a crowd, we are having two teams sharing the same compound. Magna chooses to pick up the fight against West Point Mamba, takes out Umas with the DBS, and Michi really has to butt in as well. Perhaps he could be the game changer in this scuffle. He might have actually spot out Tokyo right across as he drops in the Molotov. Won't be able to clip him just yet. Jarrell just given a little bit more space as Toki marches up for it, and Jarrell gives away that position. Got the AKM in the hand, but nothing much to be seen here as there is so much smoke covering the tracks. It's so difficult to play in these close quarters.
Oh, beautifully tossed by Michi. Takes out Toki. And now we come back. Oh, we come back to the compound. Federalis is still there. 1v1. Can he win that fight? But now we move back onto the northern side. I wonder who won that 1v1 though. Okay, we're still here. We're still here, guys. Don't worry about it. But Michi might be picked up by Federalis. Yes, I think the revive is kicking in.
Both sides will be able to fight this as two.
Oh, wait, what?
My goodness!
Dude!
The shots! Through the small little crease of a window. Moy takes him out. Lanju goes in for the charge, but will be suppressed instantly by Magna SG. A little bit overzealous, I would say, but Sin, they are eagles from the top of the hill.
Bruh, that's not cool. They were having a 1v1 and Sin just need to come in from afar and secure that elimination point. Not cool at all. But Juggy, he needed himself from FEMPX. Not sure what happened there. But I guess this is how Sin just secures those elimination points.
My. Sin, they're looking sharp as ever. And it really feels like they have been able to understand the whole entire gameplay of all the other teams. And not only that, this third-party action with that particular angle is close to impossible. So that is one miracle shot that I will have to give it to Moy for securing at least one of these teams down. And now, 11 more teams that remain around this stage 4 of a skirmish. And we see the battle upon the hill. Magic's trying to push forward against the rest of Asia Esports, as Raul overlooks the different corner as well. Magic is all alone, and this is not really the best position possible. The grenade will bring him down to 50%. Dealing with 3 members of Asia. And Camper, he's just going to reposition with the buggy. And somehow, there's a lot of spacing through the direct middle because that's a huge valley that nobody likes to cross.
Oh yeah, that valley. It's currently held by Asia Esports, and they still have a full squad. And look at that spread. Having a 2-2 split here. 2 to take care of the teams behind, 2 to take care of the teams in the front. And looking good for them, but looks like another nade elimination somewhere else. PBE on the other hand, Momboy needs to be picked up by Cool. They gotta keep Momboy alive because Momboy, to me, is their top performing player. I mean, he got a bronze medal in SEA Games, and on top of that, he has been performing well with them throughout the last season, also the PMSL. So he's the guy that you don't want to eliminate early.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, from the SEA Games performance up till now, you still see some of all these players maintaining their form of consistency, and in fact, have also improved along the journey of this PMPL itself. So I see the SEA Wildcard region to be so competitive that it can really match up to the rest of these other C teams from Thailand and even Vietnam eventually. Of course, that will happen in a couple weeks or even a month's time for now as we focus back onto what's really at stake right now. The road to the grand finals for all these teams battling right here in the PMPL SEA Wildcards. PBE wrapping around the edges, sees their wool moving about, and perhaps he might just be caught out. Toki actually gets another number, this time with his revenge onto Moy of taking down one of his allies. He'll be able to at least pin him for the moment. As we focus back onto the top of the hill, FV right in between the spines here. We'll have to take a battle between either Ozia or PBE swiftly before they can deal with the other squad.
Oh, but knocked down by Monboy. But round 3 is bound to cool. So a little bit of a trade there. Monboy at the forefront. Raimon still behind in between Monboy and Cool. But now, Monboy gunned down. Finished off by Magix. The man who used to play for NC. Now with FVMPX and PBE. They couldn't find their way through. Number 11, 1 elimination point for them as Dale happily picks up the points.
Oh boy. Shroud is all alone and Anchor PUBG is on the other corner. Sonic as well as Exit has got not much to do to even think of saving his own teammate. And yeah, it seems like all these teams have so many players that have wealth of experiences. Despite Magix having so much of that prior experience coming from NC, he finds this league to be absolutely difficult to play as well when you have top dogs like Asya right at the forefront charging in. Basically going up against a SEA Games gold medalist here and playing blindly here without all too much of a vision. He will have to call in for a backup artist right here to be able to supplement a little bit more of that damage. And they got to wrap this up quickly because there's a lot more pressure coming from the back.
And guess who it is? It's going to be Sin again. They're really the sinners in this round. With that long range and this backstab, but the fight between Osha Esports and FV needs to end right now because Circle moved away. Scry with a high ground advantage finishes off one. He sees another one, and FVMPX eliminated by Osha Esports.
Such a difficult position for FVMPX. They were just sandwiched in between, and now that that has been concluded, Sin also knows that there is another team on the opposite end, and they don't really want to deal with Osha just yet, or do they? Now, Circle will move down towards the south side of North Georgia Pole, and with 4 members of Osha Esports up in the way, Effie does not care. He says, bring it on. He's hoping to toss a huge grenade into the smokes. They've already got 1 knock. And maybe they will be the ones to deplete the rest of Asia. 5 elimination points already in the hands of the Sinners. And just look at the amount of point tabulation. Like, other teams really need multiple contenders to even catch up to them. And Asia basically is the closest contender. And this is why they're committed to taking this fight.
Oh, but at that range, the DBS won't be as effective. But anyway, Sin there at the lower ground. They could use some help, no more. Unfortunately, will be eliminated. And now it's going to be FB all over with the DBS in hand, going up against 2 from Osha Esports. And that is the end for Sin, but they will not go out empty-handed. 5 elimination points in their hands.
Close call, but there is just too many numbers coming out of Osha Esports. But despite that, damage has been done. Osha is going to be late into the scene, where all these other teams have already got compound their own. They will be locked to the top end of the hill. And if they don't really have resources, it's easy to actually spot them out. Meanwhile, Yangon Galacticos within the form of the city picks up 10 staggering points from eliminations. And here goes Mewtwo. Spots out Camper moving downwards, and Asia Esports left with only 2. Well, I would say still 3 for Yangon Galacticos at the very least. And Astro X being spotted out, he still has so little to work with and eventually be knocked down. And Asia, 6th place is what they can manage, but they did walk away with 6 points. Here comes the top 5 situation.
Oh, here we go. Yangon Galacticos moving into the circle. And Yangon Galacticos, like what you mentioned, already 10 elimination points. So far looking so good for them, but they don't have a full squad. That's going to be their next challenge. Playing with only 3 members. But at least they're on a better side of the circle. You can see majority of the teams in this urban warfare. If the next circle moves away from this town, then, well, these teams are going to have a lot of fun. Or more like Yangon Galacticos is going to have a lot of fun taking those exit frags.
Yeah, I guess this is definitely down to how the circle actually shifts in favor of either side of the party, because even for Harami Bro, if it's going to be on south, you can see that they've already taken up a lot of all these real estate on very different positions, so they can have that perfect view across the streets of anyone who tries to cut across. Roman Boy playing it very, very safely. This is how they're supposed to basically play out from the North Point, but that's also due to the fact that there's no other teams. Yangon Galacticos can afford to have a little bit more time, and guess it's all fair and square. It's moving directly in the center, so anybody inside of this building, they got to be evacuated.
Yeah, but Yangon Galacticos, at least they still have power of the circle at their side, so they can still crawl into it. They might need to deal with HWG. HWG, they do have to confront the circle as of now, but it doesn't seem like they know that Yangon Galacticos is behind them.
Yeah, for the time being, I guess they're just all too occupied of not getting shot from the corners of the city. And Yangon Galacticos, they can just play a very widespread from the north side and then start to actually pick up maybe a few members coming from HWG. And speaking of which, Mewtwo, the moment that he appeared closer into the center, he already got knocked down, and that requires a little bit of help coming from Yatka, currently going for the rescue. But look at that. Ravenwood, huge improvements, making it to the top 5. 2 members still remaining, but we'll have to cut through the corners of the city. And Yangon decides to enter, and Roman Boy immediately being greeted with those grenades. Well, us trying to say bullets.
Oh, but Romeo Boy, he should be able to crawl into the building, but no! Here we go! They won't give Yangon Galacticos any room to play with. Mewtwo from afar eliminates Yangon Galacticos, but they still got a whooping 12 eliminations.
12 elimination points. That's more than just a chicken dinner right there in their hands. And making it to the top 5, they've definitely backed a little bit more of the ranking points at the same time. HWG now takes a very perfect defensive cover and closer to the center compared to many of all these other compounds. Meanwhile, Ravenwood needs to clear out Imam all alone. And Harley lasting into this stage here, we'll have to see if they will be able to actually secure this chicken dinner, as it's pretty much equal footing for majority of the teams that have basically a dual left, other than HWG with 3 members.
We're looking forward to see if Harley can be the queen here to help her team security. First chicken dinner for Ravenwood. Now, the next missile circle. Where will it go? Oh my goodness. So it's going to be hard for the team on the other side of the road. I don't know which team is that, but they need to get across. Okay, so it's going to be APG. APG has a vehicle. They're going to circle onto just by the edge of this road, and they still have a sniper tower to work with, in fact.
Very interesting decision making coming from Exit as well, because he's basically exposing his vehicle, which can be depleted by HWG later on. I thought he was going to be moving into the sniper bunker at the very least, but he has already spot out Lee's Alpha on the top end hill, and I guess that's the reason why Exit takes this position instead, where he will be able to at least get sufficient cover from not only the SEA, but also from the tower.
Okay, here we go. Sonic needs to move too. Circle will close onto him. At the same time, Harley naded down by few. And looks like Ravenwood, they're not in a good position now. Baby needs to pick her up as soon as possible, as MM is getting closer and closer. The door will be open. He has a DBS in hand. And we know how strong a DBS can be, especially in this kind of close quarters combat. But the nade again by few. Harley goes down the second time.
Now pressure is up against Ravenwood, making it this far. They still have to pull up a solid defense, but the grenades will absolutely clear them up. Ravenwood with a spectacular finish, at least on the top 4. We'll see the rest of the top 3 in action. Harame Bro secures 2 more points on the block, and HWG is just playing very, very cautiously. They're not really making a move because they really did not need to.
Right now the circle, okay, the next circle will close entirely. So it's, I wouldn't say pretty much even, because I feel that HWG, they have the best advantage because they seem to be slightly further away from the circle. The toughest one might be still APG because they don't have much room to work with. They only have that one small corner. And I guess that's why Exit, okay, he's not going to go across yet because he knows that it's going to be a big risk if he does. But I guess the best bet for APG right now is just to wait for other teams to make their first move.
Yeah, and it's so hard to even decide what sort of maneuver should they actually go with on this situation, and that's the reason why like you want to start off with setting up some of all these smokes in order to create a little bit more of that spacing, and HWG hurt those movements, but will not be able to pin out these two members out of Anchor PUBG. Sonic's got bird's eye view. He's just gonna see whether he can basically catch onto Eman, and he's just gonna cut across the corner for the time being. HWG bombarded with whatever troubles that APG has at view. Now cutting across, he will get a little bit of defense, but Eman fights back, and shots are being fired from Alpha as well.
Oh, and Sonic goes down. That is third place for APG. And now it's either the pros or HWG gonna get that chicken dinner. Let's see who will make that first move. Normally in this kind of scenario, the team that makes the first move will be eliminated. Smoke bridge created by Alpha, but then they came from downtown, from Mewtwo, takes down Imam. Few is all alone now, 1v3. Unless if he can pull off an insane clutch, but Few's gonna come in from the other side. They know where exactly he is. They heard the footsteps. DPS in hand. Few, can he pull an insane clutch here? But no, it's gonna be here. We go again, getting the chicken dinner.
Solid work out of HWG as they will be able to advance forward with such a massive win. Last week was quite the struggle for HWG for them to find their footing, and this week itself, we see them starting off in our first match inside of Erangel with high-flying colors, just having that coordinated strike, and that's how they've been able to not only claim plenty of all these takedowns, but secure the chicken dinner by the end of it all. And now, yet again, another contender arrives to the challenge, hailing from Myanmar.
Oh, here we go again. One of the teams that have a very interesting name, getting the chicken dinner. So congratulations to them from Myanmar. And here is our MVP for that round. It's going to be Alpha. Just showing what an Alpha is with 5 elimination points, only 605 damage, meaning that whoever he shoots, whoever he takes.
Yeah, and a lot of all these points also come into the very final moment where he was basically guarding the best possible angle of attack, not only spotting out APG members, but also finding a perfect ideal area of sight in order to spot out the movements coming out of Harami Bros, where this could have actually gone either side of the ways, and HWG was the one to secure all of it. And remember this, Yango Galacticos, they went out the game a little bit early on, but they have already gotten close to double digit of takedowns itself, and Yango Galacticos should still be a top contender to be able to be the higher performers here inside of Erangel.
Wow, okay, it's nice to see like HWG actually getting the chicken dinner, a team that will be fighting for their lives to get into the grand finals by the end of this week, as well as Harame Bros as well. So it's nice to see these two teams up there. But Ravenwood survived up to a top 5 finish, so that is a good improvement for them in this round. Hopefully they'll be able to keep that momentum as well. But for them to qualify to the next round, I think they still need a lot more elimination points because they really need to be on top.
That's right, and just recapping a lot of all these early altercations, it's just these huge migration that have really positioned them into such close proximity where fights were taking place all over, where even Asia Esports have to deal with teams like FV pushing upwards, and despite them not really being in contention for that chicken dinner, they did walk away with plenty of points, and then Harami Bro unfortunately closes up the chances of Ravenwood, where they could have actually made it into the top 3 as well. But that's the nature of competition. If you are holding back, other teams will just fancy the chance to just propel forward. So with that said, it's 20 points for the victors here inside of Erangel, as HWG will be the cream of the crop, and YG 12 elimination points, securing a total of 15 with only 3 ranking points.
I'm just thinking about all the social media captions for Here We Go Again. Like, you can make all the social media captions that you want for them to get the fact that they got this chicken dinner. Looking at the other end, surprise, surprise as well. GE only managed to get 2 points in this round. PBE as well, only 1 point. Enigma, not a single point, together with the Game Lab. So hopefully they'll be able to come back stronger. And I think they can't wait for the break. Because after this we'll be having a break and they'll be able to reset and rediscuss their plans for the next round. As for the teams in the middle, we got Ravenwood there, we got FVMPX, we got Magna SG. All of these teams, decent amount of points, 5-4-4. But of course, today is day number 2. They'll be looking to gather more points if they want to survive onto the grand finals.
Yeah, like we're seeing a higher number average being distributed across the board, and that's really a good sign in order to keep everybody competitive. And just look at that. As much as Sin is untouchable for now, Asia has been able to actually stack up quite a number in order to be able to match up to them later on. Same goes to YG, but HWG with this one chicken dinner, they immediately shoot all the way up to that 4th position, only pushing Magna by a total of 3 points. So that is definitely a feat to behold. And then GE, they're sliding down as they didn't really have much to actually get out of that. And things just gets more and more interesting. Meanwhile, PBE, TGOA, Enigma, as well as KE, they didn't have enough points, and therefore their position has shifted down perhaps a spot or 2.
Yeah, to be fair to them, they didn't play in the previous round, so naturally other teams would catch up to them, but that's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, all the teams will have equal amount of games to play, so equal amount of opportunity. Ravenwood, however, is still at the single-digit mark. Hopefully they'll be able to come out of that by the next round. It's only 1 point. Come on, guys, it's only 1 point for them to get out of that single digit.
Yeah, and if only they did secure, one more position right there, that could have been, double digit already. But we see a step up coming from Ravenwood, so I think like it's still a very good sign of improvement coming from the teams that may not have actually gotten all too much out of what week 1 was. So desperate times definitely calls for desperate measures, Sir Cloud, and I believe that we still have more games to go.
Yes, we still have more games to go. In fact, 3 more games to go today. And of course, after this, we'll be coming back into Irregular as well. And I would say that you mentioned a good point that desperate times calls for desperate measures. And I think that's the trend this week. That's why we can see like some teams really going all out for the elimination points, because it's either they are somewhat confident they've already qualified onto the grand final, so it's more of like just getting a better places, so they will have a better starting point in the grand finals, or they'll be fighting for their lives to get out of the bottom 3 right now. So this will be the week for them to get out of that. Hence, it becomes hence this week will be really, really exciting for us. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, before we head on to our next match, which will be played inside of Erangel again for the 2nd time today, we'll be taking a short break, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
And once again, welcome back, folks, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard 2023. And this is Sir Cloud alongside with Contra to bring you all the action that's going to be happening here, as we're going to dive into Angle once more to see what these groups actually got in store. And I'm loving today because we're getting a huge variety of different chicken dinners where we kickstart off the day with something very different. And now HWG is the next victor on the block, so perhaps this might just be an inspiration to those who have not gotten a chicken dinner yet, even from week 1, to be able to do so.
Yeah, yesterday we got Magna, today we got Here We Go, so it's nice to see like all the other teams really putting out the effort to get the chicken dinner. And it's, of course, it's not only about the chicken dinner, right? It's about the points collected as well. And they managed to collect like at least 10 elimination points in the process in the previous round. So those are the points they would desperately need to not fall into the bottom 3. But you guys desperately need this as well. New skins. And do check out the game right now. New skins inside of it with the AMR being our feature now.
That's right. You can basically get the Crimson FELT's ultimate set here. And on top of that, this weapon is upgradable. So if you already have the great base weapon, it's already awesome as it is. But you want it to look even better. And when you get takedowns, it actually flashes with animation. Go ahead and upgrade it. You got to roll for it though. Meanwhile, there's also the PUBG Mobile collaboration with Ducati to bring you the Panigale V4S.
Yeah, if you can't get a Ducati in real life, you can always get a Ducati in the game. So, I mean, Ducati looking really nice. And this is actually, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first bike skin inside the game. And I'm glad that it has finally arrived. It's about time.
Yeah, and like, well, I definitely do look forward to hopefully landing one for myself. But for now, I guess I am short of RP. But the good news is, with the RP set giving so many of all these skins, this is basically worth your UC if you're short on those UCs, and it's basically items worth over 48,000 UC that you could even get maybe a different bike skin or even a motorcycle skin on top of it.
Yeah, but if you don't feel like riding a bike, you can ride a dinosaur in our new theme mode, which is called the Dino Ground. All you need to do is just update your game and you can enjoy it. And to play Dino Ground, well, it's a special theme mode, so it's pretty straightforward where you can access it. But when you play it, if you want a preview of how it looks like, you can check out the advertisement during the break time. There will be a preview and some graphics just to show you how it looks like. And I'm sure that will entice you to try it out. But this will also entice us to stay with the show, because we're going to come back onto Aragal and we're going to switch over the groups. It's going to be A, B, C, and E in the next group.
That's right. And Group D now missing out of where now we bring back some of all these top guns back into action again. So Aragal definitely will be pretty much explosive as how it was in these past 4 rounds. So of course, Austria looking to be pretty solid and consistent so far, can still see their chance to actually take over that #1 spot so long as they can maintain the form of pace against Sin Esports.
Yes, and for next round, of course, with the change of the group, we got to change our prediction as well. So here's our prediction for the next round. So you got some of the top teams there. You got GE there, you got West Point Mamba there, and KE. They took a break in the previous round, so they'll be back for the next one. So what are your thoughts about your pick?
Yeah, I think like after watching some of all these games, like I'm pretty sure that they are having their desires burning to be able to put even more points back onto the block, where they will definitely need to actually excuse me for that. Thank you very much. Well, hopefully, you know, like the gods aren't telling me that, hey, Contra, you're wrong. But overall, KE, like you said, yesterday had really, really good rounds, and then West Point Mamba have always been very on point when it comes down to playing around these bigger maps. Especially Angle is also a map that they have significantly put a lot of all these top 5 performances all throughout the span of week 1. I think these form of consistency will still remain. GE. I'm not too certain as to how they're going to be able to regain their form, because it definitely seems to be slight dip of performance as compared to what we have seen from the prior week itself.
Yeah.
What about your picks, though?
Well, for me, we already got a Singaporean team getting a chicken dinner yesterday. That's Magna, right? So I'll be looking forward to see more of these teams getting chicken dinner as well. So that's why FV MPX is in my pick. And in the previous round, we didn't get to see much action for them, though. I mean, much action as a full squad. But the moment we got to see them, they were kind of sandwiched between Sin as well as I forgot the other team, but. They put themselves in a very difficult position that time, but it just so happened that Sin had to come behind us, so because they're a team that likes to come in a little bit later, so naturally sometimes teams will be caught in between. So hopefully they'll be able to solve that puzzle this time around. Now that round, we can consider that as a learning round for them.
That's true, and of course there's a lot of learning to be picked up in such a short time, as they just really gotta be adapting to all these forms of situation. Now that every other team have been able to get themselves into pace, let's see if they will be able to secure a great chicken dinner in this round.
And it is Irango number 2, match number 3 for today, ladies and gentlemen. So the circle earlier on was at the right side of North Johor Pool. So this time around, I'm still hoping for a military base circle. I haven't got my dose of military base circle. It's been a while.
Neither have I. Like me as well as Chuchu, we're asking for it for a couple of times already. But we're perhaps getting that for the finale. Who knows? Maybe in the grand finals is where that type of circle will be unveiled. So we'll just have to keep waiting, unless if we're being given a good opportunity right here in this map, because this flight path takes us from the headquarters of Gatka into Novo Noi. So perhaps the chances here are 30%. 30% that it might end up there. I'm not sure. So we'll just have to wait. Meanwhile, going into the drop spots, we are seeing this week itself having a lot more teams that are playing around that westbound region. We're seeing YG getting that direct access into South George, which a lot of the flights don't really take them there from last week. And then you have FBMPX that's holding the control around Gatka region, which is an area that is very frequent. And I guess today is our lucky day, Cloud.
Well, unless the circle chooses to tease us and it moves up to the main peninsula, then we're gonna have a conversation, Mr. Circle. We gotta talk about that. But then again, we do have a good opportunity that Circle goes inside of military base. So I've been looking forward to that. And this is where it's going to be really challenging for our teams, because there is still almost no answer, no direct answer at least, to the choke points of military base Circle. That is the 2 bridges.
Yeah, and I guess this is where it is a very different type of ball game for all these teams that are on board. As much as there's a lot of all these teams around the central zone as well as on the far eastern end, I guess on the corners where they will have to move towards the bridge of Novo Noi is going to be a problem with one of the teams being around the corner. Meanwhile, Enigma is also holding by the edge of Milta, so it is an absolute choke point that you just can't simply rotate instantly without second guessing.
Yeah, but you know what, this kind of circle, there is still a percentage that it will go on the main peninsula. So I don't expect to see all the teams really rushing into military base island for now. But if any team were to do that, that would be a really smart move, because at least from our view, we get to see that inside military base itself, no teams are there. So whoever who gambles and make that move, go straight into military base circle, go straight into military base itself, then the loot is all for them to take.
Yeah, and I guess with so little occupants inside of that south side, it definitely will be good when it comes down to loots, but sometimes all that loots don't really matter much if that circle shifts back up, right? So for now, I think teams fancy just sticking into their usual comfort spots. We already see a takedown as FOD loses one member out there, and Enigma having Koopa to gain that first point, I believe.
Yeah, so that's going to be the first blood this round, and it's on to FOD, one of my predicted teams, unfortunately. But well, we have seen multiple times that teams are able to get the chicken dinner despite being as a trio from the start. So I'm just putting my hopes up there.
Yeah, and it's interesting to also put a little bit more of that attention back into a team like Five of Danger, right? First few days of week 1, very explosive, and then there was a couple of days that were no shows, basically. And then onto the weekend runs, they start to be activated again. It feels like they rely heavily on a good scenario in order to make the hurdle work for them. So I'm not sure, Cloud, if this is going to be a good scenario for FOD, although you're absolutely right that playing S3 is still very much manageable in circumstances like this.
Yeah, if you play as 1, which is the other extreme, then it's kind of obvious that the best thing that the person can do is to play for play some points. But that reminds me of, I have seen once in at least my entire casting lifetime that I remember it was Mika and it was playing with Axis MPX before this, or Axis Red One, I forgot either one of those names, that he played solo because his teammates were eliminated early. So he played solo from the start till the end and he got a chicken dinner. And his last opponent that he had to fight against to get that chicken dinner was Genexus. So it's no pushover team as well. And so it was an insane solo chicken dinner move that shoot him to stardom.
I think I remember that moment as well, and I think that's where, of course, it really got the attention of Geek Fan, and eventually ended up joining the team, did he?
Yeah, I think so. I think in the next season he was picked up by Geek. So yeah, good for him. Shooting to stardom and winning multiple titles with Geek, representing the country as well. So a lot of good stuff happened to him. But I can't say the same for Joseph. He got eliminated as well, and looks like FOD duo gameplay to the end.
Oh, seems like it. And for my experience of seeing this form of clutch moments happen, it has one player that always rings a bell in the Thai scene is Tony K. Because this prodigy have always been able to put up so much. Meanwhile, fights happening across the field with Enigma closing out one more member of Five of Danger. So I guess you might need to switch your predictions.
Well, maybe I just call them one of danger now. If they can pull off that chicken dinner, right? I mean, that has happened before, although the chances are pretty slim, but yeah. I mean, as long as there's still one player, anything can happen. I'm just saying, right?
Yeah. Well, let's keep the hopes up for these gentlemen. Meanwhile, Enigma was the team that have been depleting the hopes and dreams of FOD on securing one, as they're still up there on the hunt. Caps seeming to favor the Vector, as back then the Vector seems to be a very deadly weapon where you could just basically attach a red dot sight or a 3x scope and you could still really deal significant damage into mid-range of the battle with great precision as well, low recoil. But a lot of things have changed throughout these patches. One thing that a lot of all these fans have been hoping to see is changes to the DBS. Ever since it's been made available through all these spawns versus back then when it was inside of crates, it has been really the favorite weapon of choice for all these pro players.
You know, just put in the airdrop, guys. Please, it's time. It's time for the DBS to be put back into the airdrop. But you know, the funny thing is that back then when the DBS was in the airdrop, nobody would pick it up.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like, even though despite it having maybe more bullets in the chamber as well, like they think, oh, it's a short range weapon. I don't think it's gonna matter too much if I'm gonna go to the late game. I'm not gonna be up close. But look at how many games we're actually fighting close quarters, right?
Yeah, true. Especially when it comes to the final circle. In fact, not even the final circle. Whatever compound fight, then you would definitely see a DBS being used. But speaking about fights, ooh, okay, so now we have a higher percentage that the circle will go down to military base island, and we see that a lot of teams are already in there. The bridge is being gate kept by either West Point Mamba or Game Lab. And speaking about Game Lab, shout out to Coach Artis. Got to meet him in Cambodia. Really funny guy, really naughty guy as well. So shout out to you if you're actually watching this cast.
Probably he is keeping an eye on some of all these best talents possible here in the SEA Wildcards. And also, you've had probably some great experience across spending your time in Cambodia. What can you basically tell me about, the player base there for PUBG Mobile?
Well, I can tell you that Davan, who just eliminated Shroud, looks very different in person as compared to his picture.
His mugshots, huh? So what's the biggest difference? Is his hair, is it dyed, or what's going on?
So in person, he wears glasses.
Oh.
Yeah, and I think it's justifiable. It's because if you wear glasses in a photo shoot, like the light reflects, so it might not, it might be disruptive to the photo. So I can kind of understand. Yeah, Ichi looks very different as well in person.
Now that you mention it, not many of all these players actually wear their glasses for these photo shoots, but like, you know what I'll do with those glasses? Like, the anime pose where you're putting your finger on those glasses?
Oh yeah.
To make it like a big brain play? Yeah, that's what I want to see. Meanwhile, of course, all that's happening here across the field is HWG getting tagged up by Yago Galacticos. And man, these guys never stop. Yago Galacticos have gotten back on track from earlier this week, and from that past round inside of Argyle, they got a total of 12 frags and are already looking for the winners of the chicken dinner.
And speaking about Game Lab, now they have company around the same area, so it's going to be Falcon on the other side. Game Lab will be the gatekeepers of this bridge. So it's either Falcon goes away, uses a different route, or they have to go through Game Lab and take the fight to the end.
Yeah, I don't think that fighting each other would be the best case possible for the time being. Both sides are just hoping to find other teams to pick off for now. Meanwhile, HWG will not have Yanka to be saved up, so that point will be delivered to YG. So make that 2-pointers being added onto the block. 2 members left for HWG, and they're so far away. Grenades being lobbed in from the side of GE. They are just taking control across the coast, and it's a very widespread coming in from the side of GE. Falcon, see them doing really well in close quarter combat, but this is GE that they will have to go up against, so they cannot afford to overstep. But with an opening like that, they definitely want to see their chance to secure a DPS at the ready. Closes up against Master Small and still looking for it.
I guess we can call this a coast quarters combat as well.
Yes, it is. Where whatever fight that they are having now, eventually both sides will have to cut across the river because it is going to be inside of the island. So they will have to conclude this fight, and Falcon already thriving in this battle, wrapping all around the compound as they don't really have all too much covers.
Next door, here we go. Pretty much sandwiched there. I mean, there was nothing much that Zai could do, right? I mean, he was entered by 2 doors, and that was pretty much it. I guess GE has 1 player left, managed to get away, so not too sure where he is, but as long as he's still alive, like, GE can do anything.
Yeah, GE. I guess this is one of the teams that will have players like Master Ichi that can actually secure chicken dinners by himself. And I remember one of the chicken dinners was him getting outnumbered 1 versus 3. So if that's the person alive, then great. Even if it's not, I think GE has got an idea of how to play around this. As KE arrives into the island, they are opting to dock over onto the river to see if they can farm a few more points from any swimmers that's cutting by from the main peninsula. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bridge, we have seen TGOA arrive to the scene, needing to deal with Enigma. QB, overlooking the corners of the hill, won't be able to take out any members of TGOA, so they will just share a little bit more of that spacing in between before eventually finding a different approach as they're wrapping around onto the northern side of the island, and this will bring them closer and closer to KE eventually.
You know what? If we have an interview, like if we ever had an interview for the Wildcard series, right? That one question I want to ask is, how did the guys of Asia get their team name?
Yeah, I think that's really important to know, right? Like, of all names, why that? Oh boy.
Oh wait, what?
Seems like we won't have Baby playing as she's already drowned out in the waters. Ravenwood, they are taking quite a lot of time to actually swim over. Meanwhile, some members being knocked down inside of TGOA.
Right now, KE, they have the high ground advantage against TGOA. KE, they're kind of split out. Some of them are busy at the coastline, but KE still holding on to their ground. But they got a little bit of an assistance from Spooky, from Enigma. Let's see who will be able to secure the elimination point, as Saycloud will be eliminated by KE.
KE taking massive control over the North Point, and HWG is about to arrive, but look at them go. Even Master Ichi is swimming alongside with two members of HWG. And the moment that they dock, that's where they will be greeted by the rest of Khmer Esports. TGOA getting pushed over by the rest of Enigma, and that leaves Edward inside of the compound as bullets are being sent his way as well. Oh boy, this island is just seeing a lot of casualties all across the corners.
Oh, okay. Hold your breath here. As Main W is getting ready to pull the trigger. Edward on the other side. But he's still on the outside of the circle though. Enigma circling around. Are they going to go up against KE? Yes, they are. So it's going to be KE and Enigma while TGOA is overlooking at them. Main W could steal the elimination away. Dava takes down Caps. And Enigma gets eliminated just like that.
Oh boy. I thought that Enigma would be having enough of that firepower, but I guess they don't really have the position to fight back. Meanwhile, Yukiko Rise immediately gets knocked down on his knees, and that also leaves Mewtwo to look for a different alternative. Meanwhile, Master Ichi, he's got a lot of guts to be moving forward against Boyshan. Mewtwo getting swatted out. This is going to be from another angle as well. Barely surviving. And Master Ichi, he needs to actually get up there. Meanwhile, Mewtwo moves past him and actually won't survive. Not for long. The top from afar.
You know what would KE say to Mewtwo?
What would it be? Gotta catch them all?
I choose you. Oh man, but that was a long range elimination there. But speaking about eliminations, Moboy got eliminated by Andrew with a DBS. And Cool knockdowns Andrew. I mean, they're just going at it with each other. And those long range shots from KE. Look at this counter. They managed to secure 10 elimination points, and we're only at stage 4 of the circle.
Yeah, and that was a perfect spot to be, right? Just by taking down members of HWG. They were also dealing with Enigma at the same time. And everything's just going in favor of their way. It's like they don't really have the rotate to actually get any of all these takedowns. As we speak about more of all these elimination, there is the top that will have TGOA knocking one down. And Andrew has to be pushed aside, where the rest of the Young Galacticos are driving into the vicinity of the rest of PBE as the fight will transition towards WPM. Federalis is already being knocked out. Falcons tag teaming against them. And that's where MS as well as Michi will have to find ways to eventually seek out the rest of KE. But you see how many teams have already tried against KE and have failed to eliminate them.
Yeah, in fact, KE already has 12 elimination points. They are running insane now. They are still in the running to actually break the record for the most eliminations in a single round. But they need to pick up more. Boyshaw is on the other side. He probably sees where Falcon is at. But PBE and Young Galacticos just next to each other. Now the circle shifts on to APG, who has the high ground.
APG doesn't seem to have any form of difficulty in this whole forest area of terrains that they are getting, other than Kai lurking around. Michi would potentially just keep himself safe, where West Point Mappa is banking on hopes that this 2v2 will work out with Michi overlooking as a third party from the hills. Grenade sent out. Falcon hugging onto the shore. And they're just basically taking a little bit of that dance of death, and Goblin was forced to pull back. He's hiding by the corner of the smoke, needing to heal up for the time being. Boy Sean, he's going to be finding another different angle to move back into the circle to regroup with the rest of KE. WPM, they say, hey, we're taking too long. I don't think that there's a need for us to commit. Therefore, they will rejoin Michi into the north side of the circle.
Well, but that means that they reposition themselves next to KE, and KE is having a good run so far. Now KE is on the other side. Smokes will be popped out just to buy themselves some time. KE repositioned themselves as well. So right now KE is grouping. I wonder what do they have in mind. They probably want to take this head-on fight with Westbound Mamba.
Still quite a distance between the two of them, and I guess like it will definitely take a lot of resources. KE still having a flank angle to work with, but they are going to be fending off against members of Falcon who have taken the vehicle to book that spot, and just like that, wiped out.
Well,
and look at these numbers. It's now 14.
Yeah, I mean like 9 eliminations to even up the score of 23. 10 more to break the record. I mean, KE is still in the running for it. Okay, if we minus the numbers, okay, yeah, they're definitely still in the running for it. Let's see how many more they can collect. Right now, Davan is scouting out for more bodies to shoot at.
That's going to be Sonic's here trying to get that point against CFU. Then having a shot straight to the head, whereas his members are just driving into a different territory, securing these southwestern plains instead. PBE have already made an entry towards the south, so for now not going to be spotted within the crosshairs of CFU. So the chances for KE to actually get the highest frags here would mean that they need to take everyone out, which I don't think that they have the capacity at the moment. But oh boy, drive-by happens to be coming across, and Anchor PUBG, they choose not to stop by. A little bit more of a dangerous situation. More of these grenades are flying out there, especially Smokes ready to take cover, and WPM goes up and close and personal, taking down these members of KE, depleting their chances here. WPM looking for the 6. Will burn out the vehicle to give himself a little bit more cover, but it's just gonna be a perfect nade from the top, and that is point 17.
And point 17 already. 6 more to even it up, but now they're playing as a duo. They still have the circle, so they have time to reset themselves. We don't see any other team really challenging them to reset unless Art chooses to go head on onto KE. But right now we're putting focus on the CFU against PBE. They need to fight their way through to get into the circle. Cool is going in for the wraparound, but CFU needs to reset quickly as APG is just around the corner.
APG, with these two members needing to also play it pretty much safely. They are very much far away from where they need to be. As much as they spotted out CFU, they have to just drive past them. And instead, they want to challenge instead. Exit, further suppress him by the corner tree, taking a little bit more of an angle against support, and that's where one member hiding from the back, looking for a flame and support. He pushes forward.
Here we go!
Right timing. He's holding the grenade and support. He finds him. Now looking for Sonic as well. What a challenge coming from CFU. And he just knows when to strike on that particular timing.
Nicely timed by support. He probably heard the pin pull, and that's where he says to himself like, okay, pin pull. He's not holding a weapon. This is the best moment for him to charge. And what a great move there coming from support. Right now they still have Sonic to deal with. Sonic has the high ground, but Sonic doesn't have the circle though. So Sonic is keeping an eye on the CFU in case they come to his direction, but so far CFU is making the rotation on the other side.
Yeah, Anchor PUBG, maybe they bite off too much more than they can chew at the very same time, and they only got 1 elimination points versus the rest of the team. Well, why I say the rest of the team is because majority of that has already been backed by KE themselves. It's by now. How many teams have they secured? If they get another 2 eliminations, that's a total of 5 squads eliminated. Imagine that.
I know, right? They're already at 18. Can they still break the record? Mathematically, it's still possible for them. They just need to get 5 to even up the odds, and 6, which is obviously majority of the remaining players. Right now, the fact that they only have 2 players, so it's going to be a little bit difficult for them. But hey, 2, you can still open up different angles, you can still look at different directions, and you can still steal away eliminations.
Yeah, they can basically take it slowly from now, because 18, so long as you make it into the top 3, you will get yourself maximum points, because I don't see a place where the other teams can have the same form of numbers to KE right now.
Right now, I guess everyone's just waiting for the next piece of the circle. So totally understandable, because everyone has their own position inside of it by now. Let's see who gets favored by the circle. Right at the same time, KE is just doing some scouting work, just to have that a little bit of an edge the moment the circle shifts. Speaking about the circle shift, 10 seconds and we'll find out.
10 seconds, 10 crucial seconds for even game labs to slowly go right by. Not really in the best spot possible. Same could be said about Romeo. Will draw a lot of attention being directly into the middle. But Yangon Galacticos, they start off the game on quite a decent footing, just having difficulties to move around the map. And that's also the main reason why a lot of all these teams right now have so little members to work with, because one way or another, you will bump into another team when you get into the island. And suffice to say, the only team that has been able to win majority of the trades has to be KE. Yangon Galactico still putting 3 points on the block, very respectable number, whereas PPE, they were playing from the south side of the island, and they themselves are the closest to find KE and beat them on the track.
Alright, anyway, KE doesn't have the circle advantage now, but they will still make that move. Very, very proactive of KE, I must say. Kaya just on top of Kai. That nade, if it lands nicely into that shack, it will take him down. Now that Nick exploded, looks like it did not connect onto Kai, and he's going to leave Kai for now.
Yeah, and Kaya, he's just driving around in order to seek out players, and this is going to be a perfect place for him to just stop by. And it seems like Game Labs is just a little bit swifter when it comes down to moving out of the vehicle. So Kaya regroups with the top and says, hey, you need to pick up, my friend? Well, I'll charge you $3 for it.
$3. Hopefully it's worth it. They survived the rotation. Okay, hold your breath now. Hold your breath. Oh, they are going back to Kai's position. Kai's like, okay, nope. Not gonna face a 1v2.
Yeah, and I guess like this is where it also sends Kai into an off position. And with him being spotted out, Anchor PUBG will take down the final member of Game Lab. And decent positioning points, at least on 7th. Still only adds about 2 points in particular. Anchor PUBG with Sonic as the Lone Ranger, drawing the attention of Hang. Though they both don't really have vision control at the moment, they're happy to just leave each other be. And KE on foot. They heard some noises being flung with grenades. Therefore, they're being a little bit more curious. So there's one cooked up by Sonic that might drop onto both of them.
Okay, hold your breath now. Okay, it kind of landed onto the top, but not directly. But that also exposed his position. Now, the circle, 30 more seconds before it closes. Kaya has somewhat of an idea where Sonic is at. Trying to get that knockdown. He still has a good number of utilities to expand. And Kaya has a DBS as well. So if it goes head to head against Sonic, then well, we can expect that Kaya to win the fight.
Yeah, Kaya is doing a phenomenal job. 5 frags for himself, and the top even better with 7. So I guess the biggest enemy to them is themselves at the moment. It's just a little bit more of a stalemate situation at the time being. Sonic's have one part of his feet being popping on the ground, and that's a little bit more shots connecting. Art moving directly into the center has drawn attention as well. And Sonic heard the footsteps. The top, hoping to toss that grenade. He's hugging by the corners. It just goes past Sonic, thankfully. He's being so sneaky about this. And KE doesn't have a clue.
Well, I'll be surprised if KE doesn't have a clue because they were aiming at Sonic at some point and now they seem to be letting you go. But Sonic! Oh no! Heartbreaking moment for Sonic. As much as he would like to take the members of KE out, unfortunately the shots came from the other side as Sonic is the one to be eliminated.
Now down to 4 teams remaining. See if you can match up equally to KE, but they are also in close proximity, so this is the fight that is going to be a matter of millimeters between the two. For now, there is some distance though, so Romeo Boy is just slowly proceeding forward, taking the right center in. This is just going to be a proning game for majority of all these players that are on board. Cool somehow saves a couple of grenades for this final situation. Still looking for Romeo Boy. Instead, the top, he lands it upon Hang. KE here to set another record straight.
Oh yeah, that could be another point in the back there for KE, and yes it will by eliminating Hang. KE, Kaya together with the top, can they pull off a chicken dinner? It's 2v1, v1, v1. Everyone else is a single player. Only KE is playing as a duo. So mathematically, they have the best chance.
They definitely do. But at any point in time, there can be instances where teams are actually striking at the same timing itself, and perhaps that might just be overwhelming them for a little bit, and it will definitely require Yangon Galacticos to work together with FV for them to take down members of KE. So the top as well as Kaya, they want to make this perfect run. They only have 2 more players to deal with. And I think the top knows one of them are hiding right behind the tree. Kaya, though, how many smokes will he actually need to get a cross? Damage already being done to Art. And here comes the grenade. They slowly lurk forward. This is dangerous. And the top moves back into the smoke.
Oh,
and
no!
The grenade coming out of Romeo Boy. 1 versus 1 versus 1.
Evening up the odds right now, 1v1 v1. There's no way he can pick up his teammates at this point, but Kaya has the DBS, takes out Art. Romeo versus Kaya. It's going to be 1v1 right now. DBS versus S12K. Who will take on this chicken dinner? It's going to be a huge one. Okay, as Kaya now defends his position. Romeo moves. Romeo getting closer and closer to the target. Kaya with the DBS in hand shows himself. No one really connects. And it's going to be Kaya. Nobody beats a DBS at that distance. And it's Kaya winning the chicken dinner for KE.
Well deserved from start to finish. These players have not stopped piling on the points. Their gunfire trades were just immaculate. And yet today, another Cambodian team thrived, and it's KE team on top.
I mean, KE, they had obviously the most elimination points as well. We need to tabulate again. I wonder how many would have been. I would think that at least a 20 or even maybe a 21. So we need to be sure. We'll be sure in a bit more. But KE, this team, they had a little bit of a slump yesterday, but today is the day where they'll rise up. KE getting the chicken dinner with Kaya. He has to be the MVP, not only because of the 8 eliminations, but because he brought the 1v1 win and the chicken dinner to his team.
Yeah, Kaya seals the deal with the very final woman, and you saw the pressure was on down to that 1 versus 1. Being stuck by the corner of the tree wasn't not really the best position possible, but he has made it work by initially surprising the enemy with just a rifle. So they have the confidence to charge forward, and then surprise, surprise, that DBS was just hiding right beneath the pocket.
Yeah, so KE, just look at the travel distance as well. It's not like they had the circle all on top of them. They had to do a decent amount of travel to get into the circle. They had to fight, they had to defend, they had to do everything to get in there. And this chicken dinner is well deserved for KE.
It's so huge that it's going to be hard for other teams to catch up, but at least for a few rounds in a row, Yangon Galacticos have maintained their consistency, and then you see even PBE have been able to step back up on track Fast Vision, this is one of the better performances that we are seeing them within the span of week 2. So they definitely have to keep it up. So things are looking to be great for the Cambodian squads today. Of course, we still see glimmers of teams from Myanmar as well as Singapore to be getting some points in between. But so far, I think today is a Cambodian day to celebrate.
It is, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, overall they have been doing fairly well in this tournament if you kind of think about it. So let's check out the highlights from the previous round. It was a military-based circle, so it was kind of tricky for some of these teams. But most of these teams decided to go onto the military-based island. We only got a couple of teams caught on the outside, and of course we had to see this close quarters combat that happened between GE as well as Falcon, and GE, because of that close quarters combat, unfortunately it wasn't their round.
Yeah, not at all. And I guess when it comes down to a military base type of circle, if you're not the first mover there, you already lose out 30% of the chance. It's only going to be a lot more secure if you can basically battle your way out of that. And of course, this matchup ending with a 1 versus 1 battle is more than what I could ask for. And here we go, Sir Cloud. They've achieved 32 points with 22 elimination. Now, does that break the record?
No, it doesn't. They are 1 elimination point away from evening up the record, and of course 2 points away from breaking the record. So, almost there. But at the end of the day, to them, they don't care. As long as they can get like this 22 eliminations and you don't get to see it that often, it's great. And this is and so far in our PMPL, we only have 2 teams who managed to get more than 20 elimination points. So KE is just one of the 2.
Yeah, KE is just giving much chances to others right now. I guess with this amount of points, 32. Well, does this actually topple who's at the top right now? Sin, who has been performing throughout the course of the week, and looks like it's just not gonna cut it yet. Whereas at least it's a 4th placement for KE.
Yeah, not enough to topple yet because they had KE kind of had an off day yesterday, so that's why it's going to be. It's not yet for now. But looking at the other numbers as well, West Point Mamba is still the only team up there without a chicken dinner, and their rank point, 9 rank points. They haven't moved that 9 for the longest time, as far as I can remember.
Yeah, that's quite surprising to me because usually West Point Mama is a team that does survive very long into the game, and I think they are finding huge difficulties to do so. So, moving to our other page, we have Game Labs Bro as well as TGOA that makes up 11 to 13, and then you see CFU has been quite the silent movers across the board, where they keep winning 1 or 2 trades per round, and look at all these elimination points that they've been able to stack up. It is just as high as what Game Labs have achieved. Same can be said about Enigma.
Yeah, but what's worse than having a single elimination point on page number 1 is still having a single total point in page number 2. Ravenwood not getting it out of it just yet, unfortunately. In the previous round, they got caught out. So I think it was like one person in each at a different area, and 1 by 1 got eliminated, and that's how they got eliminated fairly early. So Ravenwood, that means that they are still stuck down there, and Falcon will be happy to just open up the gap between them and Ravenwood.
Yeah, though both of these teams are still kind of in the red, I think like the biggest surprise to me is FOD, where they're on the 17th spot right now. Sure, I think in some of these rounds, inside of particularly Sanok, we see a lot more of them, but now we're already moving into Miramar already, and for now, I still have to say, GE remains to be king. Where you just take a look at those numbers, right? 51 in terms of average or a total. So meaning to say that GE has always confirmed themselves when it comes down to this particular match. and then they match it with the 66 eliminations that they can put. But on the final day of week 1 is where West Point Mamba have been able to take even more eliminations versus GE in this map. So these two are the top teams to beat.
And there seems to be a slight shift as well. Yesterday in our top Miramar performers, KE was in the top 4. But now it has shifted to other teams, and the other teams are kind of staple by now. I mean, like GE, West Point Mamba, Austria Esports, Young Galacticos. So maybe my theory is that KE would have slid down to like maybe number 5 or number 6, but they shouldn't be too far off. But looking at how they're performing today, I guess it's that time to reclaim their throne onto the top 4 in Miramar.
Yeah, and it definitely is about time. Meanwhile, of course, Group A is not going to be participating in this form of a matchup. So that means that we won't be able to see GE play this one now, maybe later on today. So not only GE is not playing, there won't be Game Lab, PBE, as well as Ravenwood. So they will just have to sit this one out for the time being, which is going to be quite detrimental for a team like Ravenwood, which still needs to put those points up.
Yeah, Ravenwood definitely. I do hope they get out of that single-digit mark by today. There's 2 more games to go, and let's see. They'll be taking a break in the next round. So technically, for Ravenwood, they only have 1 more game to go, which is the last game for today. So hopefully they'll be able to do that. I mean, it's also exciting to see Ravenwood because they are the only team with female players in the lineup, and it's always nice to see if there will be female players able to do well as well. But so far, it's been a tough run for them with the amount of matches to go, and their current performance. I don't know. It doesn't look too good for Ravenwood.
Yeah, it's not really all too convincing, and if they really don't do anything about it to really close off the night, then it's sad to say that there's only 3 more days of play, and how many chicken dinners can you get within those 15 rounds in particular? So moving into this, I think the trend today is looking to be pretty much a KE type of day. I know GE is somewhere out there, but I'm leaving a little bit more space for Enigma, because you saw the way that they've been able to take control inside of that Noskal military base island. They were one of the first few movers that can actually match up to KE, but KE was too strong. But prior to that, Enigma has already gotten quite a lot of numbers back on their own. WPM, this is kind of like my copium pick, because I want to see them really chase up against GE's bonus points. So that's the reason why I'm voting for them.
Yeah, and for me as well. I guess Falcon didn't have the best of games, or didn't have the best of campaigns so far. But I want to put some support onto our Falcon, one of the bottom teams. We'll of course rotate our predictions, right? So I want to put some support to the Falcon boys as well. Hopefully they'll be able to do well. And gotta put the bros in there, I mean, their name is just so cool. It's like I feel that it's cooler calling them the bros. I know it's Harame Bro, but I call them the bros because it's just swaggy that way.
Yeah, and I think like they definitely have shown to be really strong in this map inside of Miramar, where when you give them enough of spacing to work with, they would still be able to trade back. I guess the only form of reason is for them that have seen them lose out maybe some of these battles is that maybe Few move a few steps way too forward, and then like it's hard for teams to also catch up. I'm not really blaming Few per se. He's a veteran player. It's like they all need to match up to the tempo as a team, where if one guy is running fast, the rest of them will have to match up to that tempo. And I think like there are times where he gets picked up very, very early because of this, which isn't what will also work it. So PBE, if they do keep themselves safe very early on, Miramar sees them actually have such a strong record of closing into the top 5 with high frags.
Yeah, so Miramar will be the map for them if they're able to catch up onto the overall points, because of course Miramar is a bigger map with a lot more space. Long range snipes are possible, and with the current meta is that people don't use single shots anymore. People use like a a multi-tap, like a Mini 14 for example, because those kind of weapons allow you to steal away, not only steal away eliminations, but if you get a knockdown, it gives you a better chance of securing the elimination points rather than a single knock, a single shot, single knock. The person gets knocked, he probably gets away, or he gets revived, or he hides under a cover, so you might lose that opportunity. So with the map this size, it could be an opportunity for some of these teams who like to play the long range to steal away eliminations from afar in Myanmar.
Of hot weather as well as dusty sands is where we will have all these 16 teams compete in the harshest of environment. And looks to us is that this week is about the week of change, and we're already seeing so many different victors across the past 3 rounds. Now moving into game 4, by path, we'll start off from the corners of El Azhar, leading into Ladriela. Would you say this is probably the most fair as it can get when it comes down to the direction of this fight path? Because majority of these teams should be able to get to their cities of their own.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can't complain about flight path that cuts in the middle of the map, right? So that's one. Of course, unless you want to go all the way to La Copera, then just because it's a big map, then, well, some places, some spots have to be kind of, not really sacrificed, but it takes a bit to travel to. But you know what? This map, and why I say it's also KE's map, it's because they normally like to drop into Picado. And Picado is pretty much in the center of the map. Wherever the circle is, they would have the best access into it. And especially if the circle is in the middle of the map, well, they just need to stay put inside the city.
Yeah, they really don't really have to move all too much, and it seems to be around La Bandita as well as Impala. So, good news for WPM, CFU, as well as TGOA, but for the rest, it's just a little bit of that journey going on, right? So, as we move directly into the Grand Canyons of Miramar. Is there a canyon here, to be specific? I've never been to America, so I've never been to the Grand Canyon.
Well, I don't think you need to go to the Grand Canyon to know what a canyon is, so I doubt there is a canyon. But what I'm sure is that Magda will lose Labo. First blood.
And that's with a Winchester. What a flex, I would say, if you could secure a first blood with this weapon. And that's in close proximity, and it's basically a bolt action rifle, meaning that you can only land one bullet and then you just gotta reload. So this guy is so sharp. WPM starts it off early on the first minute mark. Meanwhile, Los Leones sees a lot of visitors, and TGOA hoping to flush Joseph out of the building.
TGOA onto Joseph. They just rush into him, so if this kind of numbers 2v1 at this early stage when you have yet to loot much, you probably don't have a vest, you probably don't have a helmet, it's going to be a pretty straightforward knockdown there. But for another member of FOD, they actually won the fight on the other side of the building, and now he's been picked up, so both sides, they kind of traded off with each other.
Yeah, it's a tit for tat for the time being, but it won't be a full-blown fight for most of these players inside of Los Leones. It's still too early. Meanwhile, on the corners of St. Martin, FV takes over the spot where GE usually plays. Means that they have already identified and did their research heading to this weekend itself, this week. And FV starts off with 23 points here. It doesn't really take too much for FV and PX to eventually catch up to maybe the 10th position, as that only requires about 5 points or less in order for them to be getting anywhere close to TGOA. But it will not be a form of a haze for them to do so, as we are having a little bit of a beautiful view of Puerto Paraiso. What's the last time you visited the beach, Sir Clown?
That's a good question. I think I don't even know what a beach looks like by now. That's how long it is.
It's probably like, what, 3 years for me at least? 4 years since the pandemic? even before the pandemic, I don't think that I've hung around the beach a lot. But if you get to go to a beach, where would you go?
I have one beach wish list though, is to go to Boracay.
Actually, that was on top of my mind too.
No, no.
That's in the Philippines. We should go together.
But I don't really should we? Well, okay, I guess.
Somebody's got to cover the games, right?
Yeah.
Or we'll ask for our friends in the Philippines on recommendations. Maybe Cebu might be better or what. They have their own opinions, right? So to each their own. But I want to visit some of these gaming houses that they have, or just meet up for dinner. I've never been to the Philippines up to today, where there was a show I was supposed to, but unfortunately, pandemic happened. Hey, everybody had to keep themselves safe, and now as we carry on forward, it's an open world out there for us to explore.
Yeah, you mean the entire world, right? It's open for us to explore. So
True.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity now. So wherever you guys go, do stay safe. I mean, it's not 100% done yet. Just like what Michi is facing right now. He's not 100% done yet with his current position, as CFU surrounding him, even on the other side as well. But it's 1v2 going to be the focus for Michi. I wonder where his other teammates are at. He could use some backup.
Yeah, and I think even if they think of backing him up, this is a very difficult angle to work with. But Michi, he still gets the knock! And now it's really down to support. How much can he do? M4 in hand. This time not with those DBSs. We see those engines roaring, and he's going to be joined by the rest of CFU. Federales have arrived, and that is going to be an even fight. 2 versus 2. Emma Spice hang. And down to support. He's holding his own just fine. Federales, he's got a S18 on his hands, and doesn't seem like he has been able to do much, whereas
Wait.
all Emas as well as Michi to close it up, they didn't really need it too much help.
Wait, that was cheeky. The shot through the vehicle, the underneath of the vehicle, that was cheeky. Alright, that was cheeky. You don't get to see that all the time.
It was so swift as well. I just love what we're seeing coming from both Emas as well as Michi to really round up the numbers so swiftly. And I feel like Mix, he might have felt a little bit more left out. Federales has already got 1 point. Mix have not gotten one. Not to say that he's doing badly. But WPM, this is what we will expect them to do inside of Myanmar. One of the maps that they've scored the highest upon across the charts. The only team that's probably higher in terms of getting rounds inside of this map is GE, but they are not playing in this round.
Yeah, they have the best record. So they'll only be playing one Miramar this time around. And I guess through looking at the stats, right, the other teams will be like, whew, I'm glad they're skipping one Miramar. At least we have one Miramar off day away from GE. But for the side of GE, they'll be like, I wish I would have played Miramar, because not only because of the stats to favor them, but today has been rather not the GE day, I must say.
Yeah, quite the rough day for them versus the explosive week that they had. Now, I do have a question for you. Is Junkie Juggernaut from the previous PMPL MYSG teams?
Yes, he is. I know he grown a mustache.
Yeah, that's why and it seems like he has also built up his body as well. It's like I almost couldn't recognize him from those photos, and I don't want to be be too sure about what I say, but it's great to actually see him here contending against some of the best here in the SEA Wildcards. Now, this is a circle that is very familiar to many of these teams, as it's going to be moving across Minas Gerais as a focal point. It's still very difficult terrains, and many of these teams have yet to actually book a spot. So What are the odds here for Anchor PUBG in order to score big in this round?
Wow, I mean, score big, I'm not too sure because they seem to be evading fights for now, and that's nothing wrong about that. They're just playing by the coastline, getting into the circle safely, and maybe see you later in the later stages of the game, and that's absolutely fine. But for Sin, they are still doing whatever Sin does. Long range knockdown somewhere else, and now they're still going for the hunt onto Enigma. Sin's getting closer and closer with the rest of the Enigma as well, but FV shot down from afar by QB. But his teammate should be able to pick him up. He has good cover, unless Enigma chooses to push.
Man, it seems like there's a rivalry brewing between these two teams. They keep beating up with each other on every particular map, and up close, he's bringing that DBS, and Kaler shuts out Caps. Koopa will be eventually tagging it back. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. And just look at the rest of the map, though. Even Falcon wants in on this, coming from the lower grounds, and this might just be the perfect opportunity to also surprise Boy, who have just arrived. Maybe he's already hurt the engines, but it will be Molotovs being thrown out. Not sure if that's enough for him to actually burn out the rest of Enigma, but Holy Lanju, he's marching from the back. He's
Here we go.
Crash his way, looking for it.
Here we go.
Actually run him down, and no, he passes it through. But that's good enough, as he has already got him wrapped around, and Enigma loses more.
Oh, Holy Lanju. He couldn't let the shots though, unfortunately. But it doesn't matter for now, because all they need to do is to fight QB, and QB is behind. They're going for the chase. Holy Lanju gets off the speaker, shots fire. It doesn't land a headshot. It's getting closer and closer with an M4 in hand. Can he finish up the job right now? At the same time, the rest of Sin speaking on their teammate, and QB eliminated by Holy Lanju. Enigma out.
Oh, just look at how scary Sin's attacks are. Like, it is fast. It does not give you any space to even go in for pickups. And you saw, it was the right ideas coming in from Enigma, but they just don't really have time to even react. That's how strong Sin has been throughout the course of these past few days. But this is going to be a circle shift directly into the city of Minas Generalis. 4 teams already within the region. Meanwhile, 2 more by the Cords of Graveyard, and that will be KE as well as FVMPX. They will be joined by the rest of Asia Esports moving from north. And then you have Sin, who just concluded that fight, will be forcing HWG on the outskirts for a little bit more. MQN taking it really slowly from the south.
Ooh.
Still on the blue zone.
Oh, but KE is now taking it slowly as they want to crash here onto FVMPX's compound, with Asia Esports on the other side, probably overlooking, preparing as the third party. But it's going to be Few knocked down by Federales. Now Ryle knocked down as well, beautifully shot from the outside by the top. And because of that knockdown, it's time for them to go in.
And Magix, he doesn't really have to join in the fight. He will be supplemented from long range. The top tries to go in for the exchange as well. But there is just going to be a lot of casualties on the ground. Graveyard, the perfect place to bury a friend, perhaps. But this is not going to be the case for Magix for now. It's going to last to tell the tale. Won't be able to save Raul, though. And unfortunately, FVMPX, their position, compromise, no points secured. KE is just stealing everything away from them.
Yeah, just 1 knock, 1 crash, and it only took 3 KE members to finish up that job. They had 1 player behind just as backup, and that's about it. I mean, it was pretty straightforward, a crash in for KE. And now they got themselves 3 elimination points. Again, KE, they're in a row. And this is what I say, right, about KE. I know we're still at the early round, but this is what I say about KE being comfortable inside of Miramar. And yesterday's stats did show. So, so far they are looking so good in it.
Looking sublime, moving well. Falcon crashes right in against Asia. They manage to get Astro X. Metal or not, they're here to snatch that away from them. Falcon still held back the nade. Drops directly at D2Y. And shots coming in. It's not really the best position for Dex. As he shot from the top. So far away. KE has been overlooking from the hills. And just like that, Asia has been saved by another team.
The top. This man is just on top right now. Even that long range, he was able to steal away an elimination point. That gives KE now 5 elimination points, evening up the odds with Sin as well as West Point Mamba.
Unbelievable. And speaking of which, Sin says, I don't want to be at the same level with everybody else. I want more fights, and I will meet up with the rest of Anchor PUBG to do so. But maybe they have to wait before that fight erupts. Circle moves not too far away from where each teams are. And TCOA have yet to actually get into position. Same goes to Magna as well. Perhaps playing from Labadida will be the best option moving forward. Harami Bro has got a compound of their own, uncontested. And if it moves on towards the south side, perhaps Harami Bro will have a second chance at the chicken dinner. And they did come really close when it was played back inside Angle round 2 of the day in specific. 2-2 split going on. Sin will have a little bit more area of play, and the rest of YG tries to move right into the warehouse to challenge the mighty team of Sin.
Well, looks like Sin's not happy. The fact that KE now has 5 elimination points and they want more for themselves. I mean, they are Sin. They are the record holders right now. KE almost overtook their record in the previous round. Now Sin, they're looking to add more by trying to take out YG, and YG is definitely no pushover team.
It's only going to be Andrew alone by the quarters of Waldo. So YG treading carefully. They're not really committing to much.
Wait,
but
what?
How did Kaler?
How? Why?
Has shadows, and he just spots him out right below the tires. So sharp. And that's why they're so nasty.
Absolutely, and that's the second knockdown at least. Shot through underneath a vehicle they have done today. My goodness, but now we're putting focus onto HWG going up against Magna. Magna's on the left, shots being fired out, and Magna will be taken down.
Swift measures coming out of HWG. And they managed to secure that first point, but more battles to erupt, and MQN, it's just across the corners here. Grenades now being cooked up, but HWG don't have any form of vision. 2 members holding by the edges of the wall, 2 members on top. This building is being compromised. This is not really a position that they are looking to give that one away. Each holding a DPS of their own, Alpha with an S12K. HWG don't really have to force a move. The pressure is actually on MQN instead. But the longer they wait, perhaps the other teams will actually move right in at the same time. And that's not really going to be helping that situation where more of these commotions happening around the map. Shots being fired to Mewtwo. Wait, Harami Bro, how did they get the angle?
Wow.
Look at how far Harami Bro is at.
Yeah, that was like all the way downtown. And it's like across like another 2 teams. It's like, wow. Sharp shooting here shown by all these teams now in this round. HWG, on the other hand, they managed to reset themselves up back onto the 4. They need to finish up this job. They need to finish up the fight because there's a possibility that the next circle might move away from them. So they can't spend too much time together now.
Yeah, at least we'll have a couple of seconds to spare. So this is the reason why each of these teams are hugging directly into the center. But with time ticking, I guess this is still within the region of it. What about the teams inside Minas Generalis? Because we saw a lot of teams over the corner. Of course, that's a territory where KE is really setting a foot on. Yahiko looking to leap downwards to find Toki. It's not going to be an easy feat to be able to catch him off guard. A lot of all these smokes really proving to be a challenge for the rest of HWG, but it is a standstill. So I guess they're not going to settle the score just yet. So, not sure. Maybe we should look at other angles, perhaps.
Well, looks like while we looked away, Davan got an elimination onto Magix, and that is the rest of FVMPX out. It looks like another point to KE, and now KE 6 points. Still has 6 points as well, so they are neck to neck. And now this fight's gonna happen right now as Alpha gets knocked out by Huyura. Yakat trades it back onto Huyura. Is going in for the rush in. Yakat with the DBS in hand. Mewtwo on the second floor. And it looks like they won this fight. They won this fight already clean.
Yeah, it took them quite a while and a lot of smokes as resources to be burned out in order to secure these 2 points. Costly, but it's absolutely worth the points for HWG. Getting themselves a chicken dinner earlier in those rounds, and now stacking up against the rest with a full squad remaining can still be able to challenge even a team like Sin. WPM, however, 5 points up in the running as well against KE as well as Sin. Spots out Kaya. And that will be the 6 point if they do secure it. But Federalis, he's being pinned by Kaya instead.
Oh, West Point Mamba. Could it be KE winning against them? But they need to pick up the top. Oh, the top is okay. He can reset himself. But now KE knows that they have the man advantage coming up to the high ground against West Point Mamba. Davan going to come in for the other side. He's being shot at as well. Kaya putting pressure on the rest of West Point Mamba. Davan needs to get away with his last thing of health. Rico smoked up and Davan should be clear now.
Yeah, still very dangerous though. He really has to find ways to restock on meds because he's down to his last first aid kit. I don't even see bandages or other stuff for now, so he's got to rely on his teammates for most part. In the speed of his teammate, Kaya is being brought down. West Point Mamba has been taking over control of this hill and they are about to actually clean it all up. TGOA not too far away. Same goes to members of HWG, but it is the top, the highest fragger of the last round, now being brought down at the same time.
Ooh, my boy Sean. I wonder is he going to go in for it. But then again, if he does, it's going to be a big risk because right now, West Point Mamba is pretty much holding his teammates ransom. So, looks like he's not going to go for it. My boy Sean takes a risk to pick up Davan. He's being shot at. Good news is that the minivan is one of the tankiest vehicles in the game, so he could still survive this Caesar Shack, and this will be their next refuge.
It's just a safety net for the time being, and it's still by the corner of the upcoming zone, so it's not too bad for now, but it's West Point Mamba trailing right behind them, so the angles itself, perhaps not really the most ideal. But pressure is actually upon West Point Mamba because left or right, whichever place that they go, they will be met with a little bit more of that retaliation. Whereas things have calmed down inside the city where FOD, Yango Galacticos, as well as Sin, they can just hold out inside of those compounds. They don't really have to move until necessary.
Yeah, so far so good for them. They still have the circle, but can't say the same for West Point Mamba. Okay, they have the monster truck. Are they going to crash it on the KE? Do they know that they're there? Okay, KE shoots, now they do, and now Mitch is knocked down. The crashing has happened. Almas is going to go in for a 1v2 against the rest of KE. Can they actually win this fight with the DBS in hand? And now Almas shoots, and the DBS, as usual, will always win.
Oh, that's a rough way to go out, but they did manage to back a total of 7 takedowns in this matchup. But they don't get any form of placement points this round, so I think that is quite the pity, if I must say. HWG, perfect defense inside of this compound, will just lock out TGOA completely, leaving only MayW alive. So, TGOA, not sure if there's much to be done here, but to just wait out for the zone. There is going to be a Harami Bro advancing into the space. And I guess MayW just have to thank the lucky stars that no teams are pushing up ahead.
I gotta pray hard that the teams don't rush in onto him. I can see that Bro is moving, but I don't think Bro will rush in. If there's any movement onto MayW, there might be HWG. But he also has to depend whether he wants to stay there any further. But it looks like MayW decides that nope, he's not going to take that risk. He's going to move out. He's going to move into the center of the circle. But with his current position, he's been shot at by HWG. The risk that he's willing to take. I wonder if he survives this.
We'll definitely have to just buy as much time as possible right now, Harami Bro. This is the most passive we've actually seen them play, but they're definitely aiming for that chicken dinner right now. HWG, let's see if they do have vehicles to rotate all about. The next phase will probably not favor them as they are talking about the very corner.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, Field with the shots. And that is that opening for Harami Bros. Looking for the rest of Anchor PUBG.
Phew, that was a shot. Long range headshot, knockdown, but his teammates should be able to pick him up, so APG should be able to reset. Now for the pros, they're currently in the circle. Speaking about the circle, about 10 more seconds, we'll see the next field circle. Davan, at the same time, we're taken down by Myrna. Long range shot, putting pressure on the KE. Speaking about pressure, 5 more seconds, and we'll see which team will receive the pressure from the zone. And the zone will move away onto the middle. Most teams inside of there. That means the zone is still divided into 3 main areas because of the road.
Yeah, it's so difficult, and there are so many creases for them to actually hide about. As much as it almost seemed like it's just open space throughout, it's only going to be the final stage that's going to be the hardest right now for all this team, because it's in between the junction. Some teams may actually need to find their way across the street. Shots being fired inside of Anchor PUBG. And Sin, they're just waiting inside the compound because they can. It's the only real estate that's actually available to actually hug around the corners. And Harami Bro has got one delivered to them. Make that 2. And immediately secures a knock. Dale also finds Shroud. So it is going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. Now it's down to MM.
Oh.
Advance forward and through the smoke. Alpha finds it.
Unfortunately for MM, knocked down, but he has his other teammates can pick him up as well. But his team is on the other side of the road. Phil, he doesn't have a vehicle, so he can't go. Phil is on foot, and because of that, he got punished without a vehicle, taken down by HWG.
Huge moments out there, and HWG. This is one of the best rounds for them. Look at them go. 8 points already secured, and they are looking for MOD. John trying to hold on for now. There's only so much to do. Nang brings down Loki. Imayango Galacticos is losing members. Everybody on the frenzy, and this is where Anchor PUBG drives erratically. Sonic hoping to survive. Drives into the smoke. Looking for Dale as well. That point is not yet secured. HWG, they're on an absolute rampage. 1 more point to 10.
Well, but speaking about rampage, looks like younger Galacticos on the rampage on the other side, taking out another team. So now they have the compound. They secured a good spot for them to hold on until the next phase of the circle at least. But the amount of teams on the left, look at that. There's at least 3 teams at the left side. They need to be prepared. At least they have the compound to secure themselves, and they still have part of the circle.
And I really do like how some of these teams are playing very defensively, especially for HWG. They know that this is a hill downwards and range. Being spotted out for a long time by Mewtwo. He will try to run around, making a lot of noise here in this top 5 scenario, but shots are not really connecting this time around. Mewtwo spots him out ahead, and there's no way that Rage is going for the save. Yashiko blows up the vehicle, and that actually depletes Mewtwo. And actually, he secures the kill, bringing 1 member down, HWG down. Now moving into the top 4.
4 more teams to go before we know who gets the next chicken dinner. But so far, Sin is the only team with a full squad. And they are on the other side. HWG on the other side of the road as well. There's not much space for them to play with. The moment they go up onto this high ground, then they'll be spotted out by the pros. And it seems to be the circle is there. So they might have no choice.
Range just have to play it really, really slow. And they really would just need to hug pretty tight onto these creases. Alpha got to regroup with the team, or just find a way to pick off fuel while he's also moving all the way back. Sin, they've been quiet for now, but they are hoping to take over control all the way, wrapping from north all the way to the middle.
Here we go, the movement from HWG. They come up to the high ground, but looks like they found a spot that is secure enough for them. But for YG, they need to go up against Sin. And since they have a full squad, YG, Myrna needs to reset. But then Nate will take down Myrna. And now Romeo Boy, he won't have enough time to pick up his teammate as Sin is closing in onto them with Boy at the forefront. Boy with 60% of health going up against Romeo Boy with about the same amount of health. He'll be resetting himself right now, but at the same time, really want to pick up his teammate. He might not have the time to do so as the circle will start to close again.
Kaler, just by the edge of the blue, he needs to make a run in. He's gonna face off against Romeo Boy. Doesn't really see the angle just yet. The damage is being done while he tries to run back, but suppressive fire from the back as well. Sin Esports. This brings Brett very wide apart, and as he runs, Rage might actually hear these footsteps. HWG doesn't really have the angles, and Sin, they manage to close up every fight that there is inside of Minas Generalis. Can Sin get a chicken dinner here today? Yaka stops FV and make this fight look even, as Sin is only down to 2.
Well,
HWG's chance.
Oh, HWG could be the kingmaker as Alpha circles around trying to get as much information as possible. HWG popping up the smoke, probably making a smoke bridge to get across. At the same time, Sin gets onto Orange as well as Few. That means the pros are eliminated. Now it's either Sin or HWG to get this chicken dinner by HWG. They have the manpower. 3v2. HWG now rushing across. Alpha will be at the forefront. Alpha with only about 20% of health. He's going to go in for the circle around with the DBS in hand. But Holy Legend reacts the fastest.
And it's really down to Lanju to really supplement Kaler right now. He's going to be climbing up the rocks. He knows that they're approaching already.
Oh!
And that's Shadow DBS seals the deal for HWG for back-to-back chicken dinner.
Here we go! Second chicken dinner for them today. HWG, they are on fire. So this is where we can say, here we go again.
You know, we started off the day saying that Cambodian teams have been thriving, and here we go again. Says, no, today is the day for not only us, but for Myanmar to secure more numbers here in the PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall. There's just so much going on in this matchup. The battle of control inside Minas Generalis was so difficult, and here they are, playing from the south side, clearing other teams, slowly advancing forward. And then you look at the ideas. They still had that buggy to push forward. Sin had so many points, but at the end of the day, it was Yaka that was brave enough to take everyone on.
You know what? Too bad for Here We Go Again that they're not playing the last round. Their day is done. If they were to play that last round, they get the chicken dinner, they can rename themselves to Here We Go Again and Again.
Well, I guess like they deserve a good rest, so like they can go again tomorrow. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. If they get the first chicken dinner tomorrow, then well, we'll consider that a streak for them. We'll still give it to them by then. But anyway, it's gonna be Here We Go Again, and look at that travel distance, almost doubling all the other teams inside of the top 4. Meaning that they travel from they travel the longest distance. And it's not easy. You need to travel, you need to survive, you need to fight against other teams, you need to defend your area, and they still made it and get this chicken dinner.
Yeah, and not only did HWG play well, of course they were fighting out against Sin. It's Yangon Galacticos that continuously put points back on the block, despite, you know, falling off short in some of these control areas of Minas Generalis. Still a top 5 finish for them, and lots of brag. Not forgetting West Point Mamba as well, where they started off with a few clean points, and then after that, it was also HWG that really put them down in essence. And there's just too many teams that are hoping to find ways to even get inside the city. Midway through the journey, you just get stopped by everybody just loitering on the outskirts. And I think HWG definitely played best, where teams after teams, Babyliss goes on Rami Bro, and of course ending up with members of Sin to ensure that they will be sitting pretty over onto the leaderboard.
Yeah, Sin, at some point they were probably kind of worried that, oh, teams like KE starting to rise up and could probably catch on to them. But with a 17 point for Sin, definitely they will still be at number 1 after this. But HWG, I wonder how far they would have shot up because of this chicken dinner, the second chicken dinner for today. But we got a good amount of teams without a single point. We got Magna, we got FVMPX, we got Falcon, Enigma, and CFU. 5 teams without a single point this round.
Yeah, we saw a lot of all these close quarter combat fights to be a lot more cleaner when it comes down to a few names like West Point Mamba, and then we had that battle that took a while as well for HWG to conclude against Magna. But putting all that into what they've been able to achieve, HWG continuously climbs upwards, 5 points shy to breach into the top 3, and OJS or ASEA Esports, they're going to come back into the game shortly in the next round. We'll see if that is going to be an opportunity to maintain the record. But YG have been able to push down ASEA Esports 1 spot.
Yeah, but you know what? This is, here we go again, fighting for their lives. Like, they know that they are in the elimination bracket, so they're like, nope. Okay, we don't want to be pushed out any further. Let's do our best this week. Let's go all out. And this is so far their reward. But of course, we're still at day number 2. We'll hold our breath on that. Ravenwood. I mean, yeah, just 1 point. Just 1 point in the next round and get out of that single-digit bracket.
Yeah, and I guess this needs to be done eventually. So Myanmar definitely it has been a tough playground for most of all these players out there. So maybe there's still ample chances within another span of 10 games after Myanmar. We'll never know what's going to be the case here. But that also means that Ravenwood, they only have particularly a total of 9 maps to play out, because everybody rests 1 map per day. So what would they need to do per round in order to say that they get a safe margin? Because I think those numbers are absurd numbers right now.
Yeah, if safe margin, then it's definitely go all out, get as many elimination points as possible. Basically doing the here we go again. So yeah, but here we go again. They're done for today. They're done with the mission of getting 2 chicken dinners. But before we head on to our last game, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be played inside Myanmar. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a break. See you guys later.
And we are down to our final game of our second day of week 2 in PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall 2023. It's always here, Contra as well as Silcout, to bring you through the stories of these players who are on their journey to the grand finals.
Yes, and it's going to be the last game today. And come on, Raven, bring yourself out of the single digit mark at least by the end of today, because the single digit has been hanging on to them since yesterday, obviously. So, but they so far so good of a day for HWG, but well, at the end, but their day is done. So they got 2 chicken dinners, so they're great today. But KE as well, not too bad. Same goes for Sin. Sin has been rampaging it. So it feels like KE and Sin, they're like trying to catch up to each other in terms of the elimination points. It's like, no, I don't want you to be on top of me. I will always want to be on top of you, at least in terms of elimination points. But Sin still very, very consistent for this week.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. Like, you can see the level of confidence oozing out of these players out there. And if you get the Crimson FELT's AMR, you probably will have a lot of confidence in landing your shots as well very easily, especially when you do get your hands on the level 6 upgrade.
You know what? Like what some people say, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose, it's how good you look. Especially how good you will look on this bike skin. It's going to be the Ducati bike skin. Race to victory, the Ducati Panigale V4S will be in collaboration with PUBG Mobile, and it's happening right now. So don't miss out on this opportunity, because this collaboration will end on the 15th of June. We only got like 7 days to go. So do check it out inside the game, update it at the same time, and be sure to get one for yourself.
Yeah, and you can also play along with your friends and earn a lot of rewards and a lot of all these skins when you do have the brand new Royal Pass A series that's currently available. And you did like the machete, right? For me, I actually like that purple bicycle because, like, it actually looks pretty slick. And just look at all the other weapon skins as well. You got the Thompson, you got the MG3 DP, as well as M16. Some of my favorite weapons out there.
Well, but this is my favorite childhood thing. We all watched dinosaur movies before, and now we get to experience it ourselves inside the game with this new theme mode called the Dino Ground. Ride the dino power, and literally you can ride the dinosaur inside the game. So do check it out inside the game. All you need to do is just update your game, and it's free for everyone to play in it. And of course, earn rewards while you do so. So don't miss out this opportunity while it lasts, as usual.
That's right. Now we are down to our very final match, and look at these flags. 2 chicken dinners for Cambodia and 2 chicken dinners for Myanmar so far. Is it going to be either or to take this final match, or could it be from the Philippines or even from Singapore? Because we have not seen one for Singapore for today yet. Not sure about yesterday. You did mention that Magna did actually get one, so I guess that is already one record for them. Speaking of Magna, I think they were also having a few struggles back into some of these rounds of Myanmar, and who knows if they are still playing right now. This could be it. And this time, there is no Group B involved.
Yeah, no Group B involved, meaning that West Point Mamba, APG, here we go again. That's why CFU, they are done for today. So they'll be looking forward to the next day instead. But let's look at our predictions now. Ding. So you got your predictions all red.
Yeah, it's due to your color team, right? Like I thank you because like you have some yellow and white. My hair's not really white yet, but hey, close enough.
Yeah, so talk us through, like, GE, Sin, Falcon, what's on your mind?
Well, I think Sin is quite self-explanatory of their performance so far. GE, I don't really see them bouncing back up so swiftly, but a top 5 is definitely within grasp for the team now that they are back here inside of Miramar. So they will be looking to maintain their record. As for Falcon, they sometimes do get themselves a really good zone control, and once they do, they can actually pull those numbers back. It's just that maybe on this close quarter combat front, maybe it's not as fruitful of the results that they're yielding for. So hopefully Falcon will be able to actually get a nice spot of their own, because the last time I saw them last week in Myanmar, they have also churned out those double digit of eliminations before.
Yeah, I'm going to put out a game lab out there. Just shout out to my boy Artis on the other side, who's currently coaching the team. So yeah, this one's for you. This last prediction is for you as well. Hopefully you'll be able to not let me down. But for Austria Esports, I mean, this name is staple by now. They did well in the previous season, and I'll be looking forward to seeing their performance again in this final round. And by this time, it's pretty much a star team. After the SEA Games, when they got a good result, especially with the individual performance of Skynin, well, I guess Austria is still the team that can do it. And they already got a chicken dinner today, so might as well finish up the day with a chicken dinner. So the first chicken dinner for today, last chicken dinner, I mean, it's a good wrap up for the day for Austria Esports. As for the guys of Asia, I mean, the coolest team name I've ever casted in my life. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, the guys of Asia, like, they do have some really good games back in week 1, but it's kind of like an up and down kind of scenario. There are very, very good games. There are games that, you know, didn't get any form of results for them. So this game, maybe it could be that.
Yeah, and they will be looking to stay away from the bottom as well. I mean, they only got like 5 bonus points last week, so they could use a bit more just to be really, really safe, just to stay away from the bottom, because you never know, by the end of the week, after tabulating the scores, we might have a surprise team down there. But speaking about surprises, could Miramar bring us a surprise in this round? So this will be something that we'll be looking forward to as well. Could KE continue to put on a consistent performance?
Well, this is where it will be challenged by some of the teams out there, which is still involved. So if there's anybody out there, really, it's got to be Genesis Esports, right? And currently on that forum, is KE gonna be playing this matchup in specific?
Okay, let me double check that, and the answer is yes, because they're in the same group as the guys.
Then that will also mean that they would actually have to fend out against these Titans itself. So we will keep our eyes peeled for these battles to come. Of course, this is the final game, and cheer on for your favorite team here in PMPL SEA Wildcard region, and it starts now.
And here it is, the final game. It's gonna happen inside of Miramar. Will our predictions be right, or will another team surprise us? Let's go, Miramar.
That's right, and I always like to see these two choppers to accompany the big plane. Like, I do wonder, like, who drives those helicopters? Who pilots them, to be specific? Never mind that, as this time, instead of flying from the south side, we're getting a start from the corners of Monte Nebo, heading into Terra Bronca. Now, I'm curious to actually see if there's going to be a difference in terms of drop locations, because now La Cabrera is accessible. Same goes to a direct flight into Terra Bronca. So perhaps that might actually fancy the liking of certain teams, and FV wasted no time into dropping into La Cabrera. But the trend is this: Chumachera has always been one of the hardest spots to be, as that is one of the favorites for teams like Ravenwood, and there were also times that we do see a few members of from the Philippines to be there, and that is Harami Bro. But instead, Harami Bro says, hey, we're just going to be taking a cruise down into Valdemar, and perhaps from there we could spot for more. And yes, indeed, it is a curveball for our final game, and it will take us to the southeast corners of the map that covers La Bandida, Los Leones, Impala, and Puerto Paraíso.
Yeah, my only hope is that the circle doesn't go to Los Leones, because we don't want an urban warfare to the end. I know you like an urban warfare. I heard the news. So I'm gonna fight you for this. No urban warfare.
Why do you not like urban warfare?
Because everyone will start staring at the wall. Everyone will just hug at the wall, and it will be a very slow and painful end to the game.
Well, it could also mean that it's a lot of DBS to shut each other out. So it could be either or. Ravenwood not having a good start here. Zapple immediately pinned down easy. Makes it swift. And across the field, Baby is the one that takes down MM.
Oh, she's definitely savoring the moment.
Win one.
Yeah, she was definitely savoring the moment there by taking her time. And with that elimination, finally, Raven is out of the single-digit mark.
Nice. And of course, there's plenty of more points for Ravenwood to put on the block. And I really got to commend the ladies for really putting on quite the performance for today, because back in Erangel, they make it into the top 4, having both Baby as well as Harley to be surviving. And got to be careful, Harley, the moment I mentioned. Some of these weapons being pointed from view. Damage being done towards Wang Zhong instead. Spots out both members of the side of Ravenwood. And Harley's only got a Winchester to work with. Same goes to Wang Yong. And I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to get the angles right, though. Meanwhile, it seems like there's a scarcity going on in terms of utilities, where members of Ravenwood will still need to find ways to loot up. They couldn't really find those vehicles that they wanted. As for Harami Bro, they do have those vehicles, and that's therefore taking a swift journey upwards, regroups with the team, supplementing few on the attack, perhaps from long range.
Yeah, so few, I'm sure he would have wanted to get the knockdown. If only they got the knockdown, then he got the knockdown, the rest of Bro would have rushed in. I wonder if the Bros are thinking of like just surrounding the members of Raven. It does look like they're doing that though. And that means that Raven, whether they exit through the south, to the left side or through the right, there'll be someone waiting for them.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty tough if they do not move out of the way for now. The guys of Asia, hey, your predictions are getting pretty much on point right now. Having shots being fired. Few does eventually get the knock onto Wang Yong. And John's going to be down. Meanwhile, FOD continues on with their struggle throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, FOD, again, it's not around for them. Now only with 2 players. I know I always say this, like, oh, okay, as long as there's someone in the battlefield, there's always a chance, but based on FOD's record, not looking good.
Yeah, especially this being Myanmar, with such a huge map to traverse around. Opportunities for other teams to pick off is pretty high. 60-40 ratio, maybe. Harley now needing to deal 1 versus 2. Goes explosive, but not enough to take down any of these members of Harami Bro. Down towards Baby versus MQN. Damage done, but not quite enough. Labo eliminates the final member of Ravenwood. And just another Singaporean squad being friendly to another. Nothing unusual.
Not the type of friendly that they will have wanted, I guess. Yeah, and the fact that it was Ravenwood out, so this just puts them again by the end of today still at the bottom. It's hard to watch, you know. It's hard to watch, but for Magna, they are fighting for their lives, so fair play to them.
Yeah, I think like for a newer teams to join the PMPL SEA Wildcards here, they tend to have a struggle of the game pace that they are playing. And for Magna, most of these players have already played before in the wildcards, so they have ample of these experience as well as understanding of other teams, which is why you can see on the board they're currently at the 5th position, minus the teams that are not playing at the moment. Labo, after securing that knock, they've already journeyed his way out with a monster truck.
Yeah, which is yeah, the 5th position is also thanks to their chicken dinner on day number 1. So because of that, they still hold on to it. But boy, oh boy, can he pull off a clutch here? He gets one more to go. He will secure the elimination point onto field with the DBS. Now it's going to be Dale against Boy. Dale with the UMP against the DBS, and the UMP wins.
Oh, he was just advancing forward. He thinks that he's cracking up a grenade, but instead it's a decoy of a smoke that he cracked in order to pull him downwards. Smart measures coming from Dale. as that push did not go all too well because the fleet of stairs probably have made him tripped a little bit. But boy, he secured quite some points for the team. So that is good going. Magna starts off very early with these 4 pointers inside of Miramar. There's not many teams have been able to actually kick off stage 1 in that fashion.
Well, I guess the next kickoff will be Magna against Dale. Now that they seem to know that he's in this compound, but the circle, the zone will start to put pressure on the Magna as well. We are still at stage 1 though. At the same time, Kai will take down Master Ichi with a Mini 14, and normally there's a signal that that's a long range knock, so Ichi should be okay. Unless, well, they're going for the rush. But speaking about going for the rush, it's going to be Magna against Dale. Dale needs to fight against Huyura first before thinking about the rest.
Still a very tricky scenario, right? Since he has a DBS. Meanwhile, GE dealing with Kai, where G-Lab is hoping to throw a wraparound. Kai being knocked down and 2 members visit from the back. Master Small trying to suppress them from moving forward, and they will have to exit the vehicle and eventually meet the demise as well. 2 Pro too far away. So G-Lab, they will eventually meet the maker for now and lose majority of the team. And looks like I asked for warfare, we might actually get it.
Well, GE, as much as they open up the fight with the Mini 14 long range onto Ichi, but looks like the counter comes in quick and swift from the side of GE, and looks like they will win that skirmish. But on the northern side, keep your eye on there, as we got like 2 teams duking up with each other, and GE is not too far away, but I don't think GE will be interested because they gotta get into the circle.
Yeah, GE just bordering around on the outskirts here will have some of their HP bars being depleted, but they're also trying to deal with the rest of Falcon, it seems. Falcon keeping things one step at a time as they've managed to get 4 eliminations. This is why I voted for a team so explosive from the start. Just eliminating off some of these guys so early.
Wow, 4?
Jax,
I was about to point out that 4 already, and Flash Breacher have been eliminated, meaning that there's a possibility that Falcon can overtake FV MPX after this round.
Yeah, very high potential, but they still need to at least get into a top 6 position with a few more frags. Then that should be suffice for them to at least move into FV's position. But for now, despite FV crashing out early, it's still too soon to tell because that needs another 6 points or so in order to overtake. Meanwhile, GE, Foundry, and mind you, it was West Carry that secured all those 3 points.
Wow, living up to his name though. Maybe he can just cut out the West after this. I just call it Carry. No, you can't take the West out of him. Okay, he just had to give us something to show. But anyway, GE looking so good after that fight with Game Lab. Looks like they will be able to make their way into the circle. Seems to be unchallenged for now. And with 3 elimination points secured for GE. How far is GE from the top? Okay, quite far, because Sin is now 4 points away from the 100-point mark, and we are only in day 2.
Yeah, and I'm also really surprised that even Harami Bros actually secured more points versus GE this week itself. So this is why we are seeing them really make very early advancements here inside of Miramar. And today they only get to play 1 map of Miramar. So versus all the other days where they do play, usually 2 maps of Miramar, then they would fancy their chances in scoring a lot more points based on their understanding of how they rotate around the map, how they've been able to really control these regions from long range to short range. And just look at how far GE really has to travel, as this circle will appear even further from the city of Lost Leonis into the high ground terrains of the cave.
Well, thank goodness we move away from Lost Leonis. I'm just saying. Let's keep it open. But now let's keep it open for PBE as they will secure the next elimination point. Ooh, just a simple rush in, and they caught 1 person in the compound, so that's pretty quick and swift for them.
Yeah, didn't even waste any form of time. They just quickly looting up already. And I believe that's another team to be taken out. One final member out there. Huge grenade being lobbed towards the side of Astro. Magna should be able to deter any form of engagement that will come their way in close quarters, but Labo still have bullets flying his way. Yura knocked out.
Right now, GE probably not going to smile as much as now they need to fight against KE, but Boyshaw knocked out by West. He's definitely carrying the team. 40% of health left. The rest of GE is here with Ichi coming in to provide backup. Ichi spots one, goes up to the second floor. Ichi's going for the chase with the UMP in hand. He spots the other one on the second floor. That is a quick and swift move by Master Ichi, but Zai will be shot down from the outside. And now Zai needs to be picked up, but the rest of KE, they're still around. We've got Davan as well as Kaya still.
What a swing out of Master Ichi. He have preemptively predicted over on the top end of the staircase and really down to Davan. Tag team duo of the side of GE. Just pummeling it down against the members of KE. KE, GE, as much as they're just a couple, just one difference of a letter. These two teams have potentially the highest firepower in Myanmar, and they just met up with each other so early on. And they're not even near the zone. Kaya, he found Master Ichi, and things are looking to be evened up. So he's gonna go in for a save, perhaps. And Westcarry is slowly having a health bar shipped off. And GE out without a trace. KE overwhelms them early on.
And Davan will be happy to pick Kaya up for a ride. Well, always the best support. You know, if there's Davai, you got Davan. You know, equally as good. And now we can see that it's a knockdown onto Magna. Magna will lose Mal to Ostia Esports. Ostia Esports picking up their third elimination.
Ostia has a smooth journey into the corners, and they're just basically racing all across the corners. They spot one out, seems. Labo eventually will be taken out as well. So I believe that could be the end for MQN in this match.
Yeah, that is it for them. Unfortunately, didn't last that long, but they still managed to secure a couple of elimination points after eliminating Raven. And now the circle slightly moved, but it's pretty much in the middle of the bigger circle before this. So there's still a lot of space to play. And now Enigma's moving in. They'll take this fight against Edward. That's all alone here. Do they know that Edward's here? They don't seem to know though. But with Edward tossing out the nades, and now they're alerted by the presence of Edward on the other shack.
Oh boy, maybe he might have actually jumped into action a little bit too soon. Now he's got to color his own trails. Enigma understands that he's just gonna be hiding all around the open corners. And MH, he found the angle against Paz. Damage being done. I guess that's the reason why they want to draw all the attention here towards Edward. And now, even QB getting knocked.
Paz knocking his own teammate, burning him down. Not sure what happened there. But now, looks like Edward is still holding Enigma back. But Edward is being supported by his teammates for the high ground. That's going to be May W. May W with an off angle, providing cover support so that Edward can get away. And Edward slowly but surely heading to safety. But no, not as safe as he would have wanted. Caps would have wanted to gun him down.
Such a long angle coming from Caps as well, overlooking the top end of the hills. I'm surprised that he actually got the knock. And it was a widespread of information coming from all these members of
BAM!
And there you go, the fun captain of the team pinned up with beautiful spray out of Amura Chili. Kaya tries to help him out, a couple of smokes being tacked up, but his vehicle's getting chipped up. Amura Chili so smart, depleting their vehicles, and they're basically stuck right now.
Amura Chili, spicy shots. Beautifully done onto Davai. Now Davai, he's kind of in an open position. So for Kaya to pick him up, okay, a smoke bridge has been created, but for him to save Davan, can he make it in time? Davan is crawling towards Kaya, asking for help, but it's going to be cool stealing the elimination away.
So much going on right now as we're already having stage 4 closing up. So let's see what stage 5 is going to bring to the table. most likely than not, the circle might end up over the top end of the hills. Maybe it does cover small regions of the city of Los Leones. But Falcon is in a really, really safe position. They don't really have to force anything right now. They might have actually lost one member. They've already taken 4 points very early. And it seems like the trend continues. Like, majority of these teams engage very early, have some form of casualties, but actually walks away with a total of that 4 points. Only a few of these teams actually walk away without those points. And unfortunate for G-Lab, FV, as well as for Ravenwood, they would only get the bare minimum out of this final round.
Ooh, yeah, unfortunate for them. But at least, okay, I'm going to look at the bright side, right? Like, at least Ravenwood got 10 points in total. So they're out of the single-digit curse. I'm sure they would have wanted more at the end of the day. But we still got a lot more games to go. Still putting some hope for them. I really want to see for the first time a Singaporean team making it onto the grand finals of a PMPL.
I think that is very, very possible. If Magna just adds an average of 5 points per round, I think that might be very safe. I can't really say the same about all the others, and it really depends on certain performance of other teams. Like, if we look into the current scenario as well, with PBE, who have already gotten, a direct seeding, can you say it's a minus another spot if that's the case? Like, I mean, Viper is already out. Initially, it was 4 spots before Vipers was qualified, of course. So now it means it's 3, but when you have PBE that gets that auto advancement, does it still equate to 4?
Too much math for me to compute.
Don't worry, we'll get there someday.
Okay, yeah. As you know, in some countries, like the results of the A levels or the O levels is out. So shout out to everyone getting their results. Anyway, the guys of Asia finding their way into the circle. Sin secures an elimination on the Caps, and that's going to be the first elimination in this round. I'm kind of surprised it took them a while, because before this, it's always Sin opening up a lot of fights and getting eliminations for themselves. But they seem to have their eye onto Enigma. And like what you pointed out before, it's always Sin and Enigma meeting up each other.
Yeah, and this time they're going to take the battle from long range. Oh, Amura Chili is so good. And just from afar, he just shreds them to pieces, not even needing much of that vision. I always wonder, how do these players do it?
Well, I guess that's why they're playing. We're here talking about them playing.
True enough. True enough. Sydney Esports, right down the hill, needing to proceed forward, but Enigma is also gating them from their advancement. TJOE opts to book another spot just by the outskirts of the city, and right across is the final member of FOD hiding out easy. He's not going to have his position to be revealed just yet, but they are keeping their tabs on members of Falcon. It's going to take a while before we see more of these actions, as each teams are already inside the circle, just hanging about the corner. But if there's anything at all, it has to be coming in from FV, because they are far away. Oh my goodness, that shot is just lethal. And MH, he's already got himself into safety, but needs to heal up.
Well, good thing he's not too far away from the circle. If not, he would have been knocked by the zone. But just putting out there, Sid is already at 99 points. Only 1 point more needed for them to get that 100 point mark. It's not going to be too hard because we only got 8 teams left. And now, circle, where will it go? Oh, Koopa got eliminated again by Sin. So it's 100 point mark now, secured by Sin. Circle moves on to the other side, meaning Sin needs to get across. They still have vehicles. So it's up to them how will they time their rotation into the circle, or will they create a small bridge? What will their strategy be? So far on the left side of the circle, we see most of the teams there, so they could be busy with each other, and Sin could take advantage to go in when everyone's just occupied.
Yeah, and eventually might have to battle against some of all these other teams on the south side. It might just actually be, from the looks of it, PBE, TJOA now outside of the zone as well. This is going to be hurting them a little bit too much. Just like that, Lanju crashes out, and he's gonna take a leap of faith. Okay, Morochili, not soaking too much damage. Great maneuvering and parkour skills. He's just gonna pop a can of drink just to requench his thirst, and now thirst for blood begins. They're just gonna advance and move towards the rest of Sin. Instead, they found themselves a shack, but that's not really gonna be a safe measure to be at. And just like that, picked up by Easy.
Okay, we can see Sin moving towards the southern side. Aburachili not having a good time. His teammate knocked down. And now he moves on to the other side of the road. But Aburachili only 30% of health. He has first aid though. But surprisingly, no team stopping him from coming in. Or neither no team actually shoots him when he lands.
Yeah, the only pressure was coming in from FOD, which we last saw inside of all these compounds, but he's only got very limited angles, and he's also preoccupied with some of all these teams that are marching, advancing from the top. Two members having a little bit of a struggle here, playing by the corners of the ditch. Now, on the opposite end, it's Falcon here holding out, but Asya might actually surprise Falcon from the back.
Right, Austria Esports having a little bit of elevation against their opponent. If they can find a good angle, they could get a couple of knocks. But it's going to be PPE coming in from the other side. PPE still with a full squad. Same goes for Austria, same goes for Sin as well. So we got 3 teams with a full squad. Young Organicals playing as a trio. And Sin, when are they going to go across? I guess they're just waiting for the right moment. And if they do, they have to crash and win.
It's hard to do so for now when there's so many people around, because when you're on those vehicles, you can also be punctured and deteriorate to blow up, and that's not going to be a saving grace if it is just in the middle of that open. Austria, though, we are in a very interesting position, very close into the direct center as we're moving into stage 6, closing out. So, Sin, they need to be very, very careful with this. PPE might actually get those angles from the top end of the hill, so see PPE, they may have elevated angles, but once they do need to move into the center of it all, that's where it does get dangerous.
Oh, speaking about movement, Sin needs to move now that the circle moved away from them. I mean, they're no stranger to a circle running away from them. They have done this before, and it was done in the Irango game, whereby they got the most eliminations, 23 so far in the single round. But it's going to be Falcon, their next challenge. Falcon will be the ones trying to gatekeep Sin. Smoke bridge popped up, and the vehicles moved, and now Sin will take the fight against Falcon.
Oh, Millie getting knocked down the moment he approaches. He will move directly into his face, and FV depletes. Sin only down to Kaler, and just like that.
I mean, it's okay for Sin. At the end of the day, they already got like 100 points, and they open up a good, healthy gap against the rest that they'll still be on top. But now Austria Esports moving in as a cleanup crew against Falcon. Falcon only 1 left, and it's going to be a straightforward elimination for Austria Esports to pick up their 8th elimination point.
Austria looking for another chicken dinner for the day, as they have already got one earlier in Sanok. But remember this, YG have remained to be a contender throughout the course of today. Despite them not securing a chicken dinner yet, this is the optimal chance for them, but there is still PBE to go through. TGO as well as FOD. Anything in this matchup that allows them any more points would be a bonus. If you can lurk their way to a chicken dinner, even better.
Right now, PBE. But this could be the moment for PBE to get the chicken dinner though. They do have the high ground, they do have vision against other teams, they do have a full squad, so it's looking good for PBE. PBE just need to wrap things up. They only got 2 elimination points so far, but they can get the chicken dinner. It doesn't really matter. But here we go as Amura Chili showing how spicy he is. Securing the elimination point number 5 for the guys of Asia.
And Amura Chile is doing so well in this match. Remember all these long-range shots and even onto point-blank skirmishes. He's been able to do wonders for his teammate. Now that he's playing as the Lone Ranger, he will spot out one member moving right in, and a jump shot comes through. It's the Gold Medalist, Astro X. Now, with PB shooting back, Bomb Boy will be knocked down as well the moment he arrives into Camper, supplementing the shots in order to keep Astro safe for now.
Wait, Yango Galacticos was here all the time? Like, nobody gave a care about Yango Galacticos. But now care is given to us, PBE, not the cat that they would have wanted. Raimon with a high ground, he sees whatever that's happening below him, but he's just going to evade the fight. He needs to focus on to get into the circle and rendezvousing back with his teammate.
Ryman just bails out of that corner, and now PB is only left with 2. They don't really care about Asia Esports all too much, but Camper's giving chase, so he will have to be drawn a little bit more attention. Cool, being taken out. Meanwhile, YG, they're just waiting for PBE as well as Asia to settle the scores, and then once it's all done and dusted, YG will have to fight for the chicken dinner, and that's what they're waiting for. Oh,
Raimon, run!
On the buggy, going for the chase. It's Guardian. He didn't land a shot. Raimon still surviving. But well, yeah, Galacticos have fought and boy, taking out Troll. And PBE seems to be done for now. Well, Raimon's still surviving with so little health left. Astro is taking a different position. They heard those shots coming in from YG. As you see, the rest of Asia draws a different attention towards the side of Yango Galacticos. That nade clips, connects. Asia gets it, and now 3 versus 4. Yango Galacticos outnumbered, but can they outgun the rest of Asia?
Yango Galacticos, they've been staying put in this compound for the longest time, and now Asia Esports, they know that they're all in there. Now Asia Esports surrounding Yango Galacticos, and next phase of circle, the next phase will close entirely, meaning that everyone will need to finish this off. Now Asia Esports positioning themselves, everyone's just finding their opportunity to get the knockdown. If they get the knockdown onto Yangos, and that's it, they'll definitely pull in for the rush.
It's really hard for them to exit the compound for now. So the moment that you actually set foot outdoors, they have to find angles to deal with the rest of Asia. And just look at how much of a space that Asia Esports have devoured at the moment. 50% of the map have already been conquered. And look at YG. They're setting a trail directly into the center. They just want to take this fight up close. Bernard Boy holding a long forgotten weapon as well. Very powerful rifle, but it's only Andrew that will find the opening. Make it even 3 versus 3 for now. Bernard now against Capper, dealing him a total of 60%, but not enough. Capper eliminates him all throughout. Now, Asia on the hunt. 2 members left on the side of YG. They're working in tandem, but can they bring them down? Squad, he finds Andrew. 1 more remaining, and Romeo
goes in.
Hold on for so long, and there is the trades. But Asia gets the final chicken dinner of the day.
And Asia Esports gets the final chicken dinner of the day. And I must say, it's my prediction. Just put it out there, just put it out there, just put it out there. We didn't talk about them ending the day, starting the day with a chicken dinner, and the day with another chicken dinner. And this is Asia Esports, ladies and gentlemen, the team that has the gold medalist Skynin in their lineup. And Skynin, I believe he got the most eliminations in a single round. We get a confirmation soon, but and I believe it's like at least 5 elimination points, just him by himself. But Asia Esports, they were aggressive this round.
It's just a perfect game for Asia Esports. There were also moments that they also remained very quiet when they really need to, but take a look at the gold medalist, Skyden. This is the very reason why he's been able to claim the medal for himself. 5 eliminations, but it's a total of 1,002 damage, meaning to say 1 knock, 1 secured every single time. And he basically does so well for the team for his bouncing out, where he has only contributed 24%, meaning to say that everyone was absolutely on point from Asia.
Oh, absolutely. This guy is just amazing. It just reminds me of the moment when he got the gold medal, and obviously he got it in his home ground. The arena erupted like mad, and I can imagine that he's pulling off that same vibes again right now with him being the MVP in this round. Asia Esports, 12,000 meters, the longest distance traveled against all the other teams. But Yango Galacticos, they didn't get a single elimination point before at least the final fight. And it seems like it's not like they got the circle right on top of their head. It's like they traveled into that one compound from the longest distance, and they stay put there until a second place finish, which is not too shabby at the end of the day.
Yeah, I gotta say your prediction is pretty spot on with even TGOA doing so much in this matchup, and I came pretty close with Falcon that have been able to garner a lot of points. So it's such a great day for the teams hailing from Cambodia as well as Myanmar to close off day 2 of the matches. And of course, this was some of the highlights that we have earlier into this round itself, where even PBE, they started off on a strong footing, but my surprise is GE. They were pretty much having a sneak parade throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's not GE's day, so it's a very different GE as compared to last week. But I have this kind of theory that if you do well, like early on, like let's say week 1, like week 2, you'll be kind of targeted. So maybe that's the case for GE. But anyway, they still got themselves 5 points total. In total, all that came from elimination points. So it's not too bad. It's just that it's not the GE like what we saw last week. But well, they're a lot better than like FVMPX as well as Game Lab, who went out of this round without a single point.
Yeah, and just look at the average score. It's from 9th place onwards. It's all 5 points and above, and even Harami Bros have been able to secure 3 of their own. It's just getting more and more competitive when it comes down to the fields of Myanmar, and you saw how many instances where all these battles are actually taking place outdoors in these open spaces, which is why there was ample of opportunities out there. But Austria was the one being the most proactive to be able to score that 14-pointer elimination. So it's a huge round for Austria, and they claw their way back up against YG, pushing them down with quite the huge margin, I would say. A total of 11 pointers of difference.
And congratulations to Sin being the first team to reach that 100-point mark in total. They only needed like 1 chicken dinner. So far looking good. But you know what? West Point Mamba is still at 9 rank points. Are you kidding me? I mean, yeah, no chicken, no problem. They're still on page 1, yada yada yada. But 9 rank points till now. Oh man, West Point Mamba really taking their strategies a bit different than the others.
Yeah, and also we do notice that there's a wider spread of chicken dinners to be won by so many different teams, and I won't be surprised that tomorrow we might actually see more of all these page 2 teams to be able to secure chicken dinners of their own as well. So until then, of course, we'll have to find out, but today was a good day. From the bracket of the second page is actually very competitive. You look at 11 to 18, it's not too far off, where, you know, one good game for either teams will really move some teams to be bouncing up a couple of positions. So that is where it will be quite a struggle for teams like Hyena Ravenwood, which is still on pretty much close to that single digit, which they finally break it into the double digit. But when we look into the total scores, this is the reason why I'm such an advocate for West Point Mamba, because they are doing everything practically right in almost every single map.
Yeah, it's just that somehow it doesn't really translate into their points. Like Sin is way higher, but yeah, I guess as long as you get to the grand finals, that's mission 1 done, right? And Federales is still up there as in the running to be the season MVP. And just to remind everyone, he was the MVP for the last season, so we still see him up there. This guy with this level of consistency, I guess
somebody pick him up.
Yeah, he might be picked up soon. So West Point Mamba, you guys gotta take care of him.
Well, of course, that's not anytime soon, because they are set on their sights for what's probably projected for them, the championship title here in the SEA Wildcard of the split. So other than that, I believe that whether it's Austria, GE, or West Point Mamba to eventually move towards, say, the slot, they all actually fare a really good chance fighting against teams not only across the region of Southeast Asia, but actually global one. If you were to compare of how GE performed last week as well as WPM, these two have established so much of an understanding of the game that they can basically match up against, I dare say, even the regions from the PEL or even for PMPL Indonesia, Thailand. These guys are always on top of that list, so I want to see them to be able to succeed eventually.
Well, at first they got to qualify into PMSL, and that's still quite a way to go. But that will be all for us today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow, same time, same channel, wherever social media that you're watching this. So my name is Sir Cloud, together with Contra. Thank you so much for watching. See you again. Bye.